You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I'm not sure why I always struggle with the day of the week. It's not a good sign. But here we are, and thanks for joining us. We've got a lot to get to. We're going to go in depth in just a little bit with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner as we track the tropics. But right now, because this is going on live, I do want to get you to this news conference that is going on right now in Miami. The governor is joined with a couple of other folks as well. Speaking at Florida International University, they're talking about school choice. They're talking about the expansion of the Success Academy to Florida. This is Eva Moskowitz who is speaking right now. She is the CEO of Success Academy. Let's go ahead and listen in. We have heard from the governor, the lieutenant governor, the education commissioner, now hearing from this CEO, and what looks like she's handing things back off to Governor Ron DeSantis. So let's listen back in. We expect him to take some questions here shortly.
Have Eva and Success Academy, and I think the sky's the limit. As she mentioned, Ken Griffin has put up $50 million to help with this, and obviously, the state, we're involved in the charter schools, but that's going to have an enormous impact. But that is not the only $50+ million donation Ken has made in Florida in recent years. He's been incredibly generous. He's one of the top financial whizzes that we've had in the modern history of our country. He's built a incredibly successful company. I tried to get some stock tips out of him on the way over here, but he's a guy, he watches a lot of stuff, but has had an enormous amount of success because of America, starting his own business and doing it. But I think that his passion to help others, particularly with education, has really been unparalleled. And so when he moved the company down here a few years ago, yes, look, these are high-paying jobs. They contribute to the economy. But I will tell you, the philanthropic impact that he's had just in the last 4 or 5 years has been incredible. So this is another example of that. And I would, if I were a betting man, I would say it's certainly not the last example of Ken Griffin's really significant philanthropy. So come on up, Ken. We'd love to hear from you.
So thank you so much, Governor DeSantis. And today truly is a moment of celebration for the children and families across Florida. Under your leadership, and with the support of our state legislator, Florida continues to lead the nation in ensuring every child has access to a world-class education. And when I walked into the room this morning, I said to Eva, welcome to the state of Florida. All of us are so thrilled that you have chosen to come here to have such a profound impact on the lives of so many children in our great state. Thank you and welcome to Florida. Now, I'm going to brag for Eva for just a moment, because I must give you credit for being humble all the time. But in New York City, Success Academy works with students who are in the inner city, who often come from very challenging demographic backgrounds. It is a remarkable testament to Eva and her team that these students in the state of New York place first as a district in mathematics, and that the middle school children will usually outperform the high school graduates of the most affluent communities in the state of New York. It is a remarkable testament to your leadership and to your team's commitment. Now, I've walked the halls of success. I have spoken with the students. I have had the moments in the classroom where they're posed difficult questions that with my Harvard education I struggle to find an answer to. We do need to work on higher education in America, don't we? But what I will tell you is I love the culture of optimism, rigor, and most importantly, high expectations. High expectations. Teachers and leaders who know that these children can have remarkable lives and who make the personal commitment to bring the best out of these children. Jay Collins and I spoke before today's event for just a moment about our shared family histories. Jay grew up in a family with little, and I was very fortunate that I grew up in a family with some means, but my grandmother grew up in a house with no running water, like Jay did. And for Christmas, she had an orange. And like Jay and like the governor, we all firmly believe that education truly is the on-ramp to the American dream. And so, Governor, with your leadership, Eva, with the gift and commitment of your team, we will pave the road for tens of thousands of students here in Florida to join all of us in living the American dream. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm excited. I think this is a really important day for Florida. I just can't wait to see what Success Academy can do. And I just will echo what some of the other speakers had said, either explicitly or implicitly. We believe that kids from all walks of life have the potential to succeed. And Eva Moskowitz believes in setting those standards very high and working to make them reach their full potential, and she has a model that works. So we're already #1 for charter schools in those categories, but I have no doubt that Success is going to put us up even more. So thanks everyone for being here. I can take a couple questions before we leave. Yes, ma'am. So they will be doing, potentially a combination, right? I mean, certainly new schools. We also, with Schools of Hope, do have an ability when some perform poorly, where that can basically be taken over by a charter operator. One of the things that we have provided in the recent legislation is an ability for them to access empty space that we have in some of these schools because, quite frankly, poor performing schools get less enrollment in the era of school choice. Parents have the ability to go. So they're going to be able to utilize that. But so I think it's going to largely be, they're going to start new schools. But I do think, given Florida's Schools of Hope program and the ability to have a charter operator we just did one in the Panhandle not too long ago. So that would be an option as well. Well, I think that the reality is Miami-Dade College, they're using it as a parking lot. Oh, we got to see the president's here. Thank you. Okay, and so it's a site that they are interested in doing a presidential center on, and I think to have that done in conjunction with one of our state colleges is really monumental. Now, we had worked and negotiated possibilities at Florida Atlantic, here at Florida International, and I know they thought hard about that, but their preference was for this land next to the Freedom Tower. So you're going to have a presidential library in the state of Florida, which I think is good for the state of Florida. I think it's good for the city of Miami, but you're going to have Miami-Dade College be able to have programs that are going to be associated with that. And so we think it's appropriate. We think it's going to be good for the state of Florida. And think about this. Donald Trump is like the quintessential New Yorker, right? I mean, like, he was Queens, real estate, apprentice, all this stuff. And he's not doing his presidential library in New York City or anywhere in New York State. And I think that's a testament, one, how he was treated by New York City with the Attorney General trying to take his money and the bogus prosecution, but also the city has got a lot of problems. They may elect a mayor that's going to cause a spiraling out of control of those problems in November. And so I think the fact that they want to do it right here in Miami, right by that Freedom Tower. To me, it's a testament that they view Miami as a city on the rise and the state of Florida as a place on the rise. So I think it's a good signal for the state that they would want to invest into this area, and I think I look forward to being able to facilitate that process. Now, there may be other things that they're going to need to bring this to fruition, but I think this is the first step, and we're happy to play a role in that. So I think, and Eva can give you precise. I think her philosophy is, she's not going somewhere to do just one school. Like, she believes, and we believe in their approach. We believe that there's going to be a lot of places around Florida where this approach can make a meaningful difference in the lives of the students. And so I think Miami is step one. I absolutely would envision that you will be seeing Broward, you will be seeing West Palm, you'll be seeing Orlando and some of these places. I think that that's very likely. I think that's their model. I think that that's their intention. Now they got to go in and they got to start moving the needle here in terms of getting up and running and doing this. But they have an ecosystem in place with the legislation I signed where that can be done. So if we're here in 5 years, I would anticipate that you likely would have multiple success academies throughout Florida.
Governor, your thoughts on open carry, which is now essentially leveling in Florida as of today?
Well, it's something that I've always been supportive of, and the thing about it is, the political debates are interesting to me because you can have your position for or against, but like when you say that the sky's going to fall if you have open carry, well, I can look at 40 plus other states that have it, and I haven't seen the sky fall. We already have under statute, mind you, permitless concealed carry, constitutional carry. That was a big deal when that was signed into law years ago. So I don't think it's honestly going to make a meaningful difference in kind of the daily culture of Florida. That would be my guess, simply because it hasn't really done much different in these other states. I think a lot of folks who are big proponents of the Second Amendment, I think their concern with Florida basically saying you can never open carry is if they have a concealed firearm, they sit down at a restaurant, they open their jacket, and then the firearm all of a sudden shows, have they committed a criminal offense for that? And it just didn't make sense. So I think that was really why a lot of people were opposed to Florida's blanket prohibition. But basically you had, I think it was just Illinois, New York, and Florida were the only 3 states that just had a flat ban. So I know media portrays it certain ways, but look at what other states, look at the laws of that. We're much more consistent now with the vast majority of states, even blue states, quite frankly. Vermont, for example, has had this since like the 1770s. And they're a very blue state. So yeah, I mean, I thought that was the proper reading of the Constitution, and it'll be something that'll be upheld in Florida. Yes.
What would you say to those who say charter programs like this can take away students, resources from public systems? What would you say that's right?
Well, I'd say look at what I've done since I've been governor. I mean, we have the highest per pupil spending we've ever had in the state of Florida. We've increased funding for our school districts every year. We've done the teacher categorical, which started, I think, at $500 million. Now it's almost $1.4 billion, and we're going to shoot for over $1.5 billion next year. Now the charter teachers are eligible for that too. But, you've seen public school teachers. I mean, our teacher of the year last year was at an event we did recently, and she was talking about how, she's gone up now $10,000, $15,000 over the last 3 or 4 years, and that's largely because of that. So we have done that in terms of supporting the school districts, because Miami-Dade's a good example. The reason why you have over 70% students not attending their local neighborhood school that they're zoned for is because the district has a lot of choice options. So it's not just private and charter. That's important, and you got a lot of that in Miami-Dade. But you have students that can go to other public schools within that school district, and I think that choice has been really good. But that choice probably would not have happened had we not been pushing choice in the other areas. And so we've done a lot of funding. That's just black and white in the budget. You can look at those over the years. Now, in terms of students, I think it's healthy that schools compete for students. I think it's healthy that a school is going to be in a situation where if a charter school is offering better programs and the parents have more confidence then, and they're losing students to that, then they're going to have to do something to earn the trust of those parents back. And so I think you get better through the competition, and I think it should be a competition to earn parents' trust and a competition for students. That is going to end up making things better. We would not have 1.4 million in choice programs if it wasn't for the competition. Most of those schools, because you have 500,000 private, 400,000 charter, but a lot of hundreds of thousands are within school districts, the choice programs within school districts. I don't think they would do that if there was no other option for choice. It probably would just be one system, and you kind of like when I was growing up. I lived in Dunedin. I went to Dunedin High School. That was kind of it. Things have changed, but I think they've changed for the better. All right, thanks, everybody.
Governor Ron DeSantis walking off the stage in Miami after speaking at Florida International University, where he was talking about school choice largely, a number of things to do with that, also talking about the expansion of the Success Academy to the state of Florida. We heard from the Success Academy CEO and an investor as well when it comes to that. And then the governor also taking some questions, talking about open carry and some other things. Today is actually the day that open carry officially goes into law. We know for the past couple of weeks that sheriffs and law enforcement across our area, for the most part, really said they were not enforcing the open carry ban that a court had struck down. So it has effectively been the law of the land for a couple of weeks now, according to the lack of enforcement of it, and also from the guidance from the Attorney General's office. But again, today, kind of the expiration of the chance for an appeal on that decision. The state obviously not doing that, and so that goes into effect today. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we still have a lot to get to. When we come back, we're going to check in with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner and track the tropics, because there's a lot to talk about with that. So keep it right here on Fox Local and on YouTube, and we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, a lot going on for us to talk about with the tropics.
Indeed, Garrett. We're going to see some fast changes coming at us this weekend after a couple of serene days on this Thursday, for tomorrow, for Friday, and maybe into Saturday. Things are going to start to deteriorate at the coastline. We're going to see big wave action, and right now things are pretty decent out there. A peaceful view from the Hard Rock Hotel cam, but we could be talking about big breaking waves over 8 to 10 feet at these beaches by Sunday as two tropical systems merge. At least the energy over the western Atlantic. By merge, I mean they'll interact with each other. They won't become one, but what they will do is, I guess you could say, join forces and push a lot of wave action into our coastline. Waves coming in, swell coming in from different directions. A very rare setup here to have two tropical systems, potentially two named storms in the western Atlantic within 800 miles of each other. But that's just what we may face before today is out. Right now we've got Tropical Storm Humberto to the east and a tropical wave that's being called Invest 94L, like investigation. They're taking a look at it. And that is expected to become a tropical depression or a tropical storm either today or tomorrow. If it gets a name, the name would be, there we go, got it animating. It would be the I storm. The name would be Imelda. With an I, Imelda. So we've got Humberto to the east, Imelda to the west would be the future name. And being so close to each other, they would likely interact with each other in one of two ways. Either Humberto, expected to be the stronger, more dominant system, reaching Category 3 strength, pulling energy, if you will, essentially sapping Imelda of any kind of force. Essentially what happens is hot, dry air gets pushed out of the major hurricane Humberto and pulled into Imelda, kind of pulling the carpet out from underneath it, keeping it weaker. That would be if they get close together. They'd also start orbiting around each other, and in doing so, rotating around each other, that would radically change the track of either storm in an unknown way at this point. What's most likely, and what we've seen historically when two systems get close together like this in the Atlantic, is that the dominant system, in this case it would be the eastern system, Humberto, essentially just slowly saps the energy, as I had mentioned, and Imelda would die on the vine, or at least be in a much weakened state compared to its otherwise higher potential, eventually dying. And then once that circulation completely ends, then its moisture would get pulled into Humberto, making for a little bit of a rainier system, but not necessarily a stronger system. But it's a myth if you've heard on social media that two hurricanes can combine to make a bigger hurricane. That's just not possible. That's not something that we see in meteorology. What can happen is you have like a non-tropical mid-latitude cyclone, with cold fronts and warm fronts. You see that across the Northeast this time of year, pulling in a decaying hurricane, and then that could get pulled in and make the boundary between the warm and the cold more dramatic, which then makes the low pressure area stronger and the system windier. And we saw that with the perfect storm back in 1991. It was a hurricane that got pulled into a non-tropical low. We also saw that with Sandy, Hurricane Sandy back in 2012. So I digress. There's a 70% chance in the next 24 to 48 hours of this developing, or 90% chance over the next 5 days. Bottom line is this. The Carolinas are watching this very carefully because we could have a landfalling hurricane in South Carolina or North Carolina as soon as Monday. Now, it's too soon to make that call because there is so much uncertainty. But being Thursday, we essentially only have the weekend to prepare at the Carolina coast. Humberto to the east there, that cone right there, that's going to stay east of future Imelda. It would be Imelda that the Carolinas are watching very carefully. Now, if we get lucky and that interaction between the two storms happens sooner, it's possible that future Imelda gets pulled off the coast, sparing the Carolinas of a direct impact. But let's take a look at the latest steering currents. An upper level low at about 20 to 30,000 feet will be a driving force to steer future Imelda as well as Humberto. And typically what these upper level lows do is they deflect the storms. But there are signs that this upper level low may retrograde a little bit. Instead of setting up over Georgia, may set up over Alabama, providing a mid-level steering flow to actually pull future Imelda closer to the Carolina coast as these spaghetti models depict. Now, this is the morning spaghetti model run that could change. I can't stress the uncertainty in this setup. There are no guarantees in this forecast, only potentials. One thing that does look like a guarantee is that direct impacts to Florida will not happen. This will push east of us, just east of Florida. So that's going to be the big question. Will this system move into the Carolinas? Will it get pulled into South Carolina and North Carolina? If it does, it could be a historic flooding event with over 15 to 20 inches of rain, not to mention the coastal erosion and the wind damage potential. Some models indicate that this could rapidly intensify into a major hurricane. Other models keep it weaker, like a tropical storm, due to its interaction with Humberto to the east. As far as Florida is concerned, our worst weather as this passes our latitude would be Sunday and the Sunday night and Monday. with squally showers. What does that mean? Those are like those showers that come and go, 20 minutes of rain, but when it's raining, it's like it gets really windy. It starts whipping around like 40, 50 mile per hour winds. So those are called rain squalls, and they can come in on those outermost bands. Otherwise, we'll be on what's called the clean side of the system, so we're not worried about any kind of flooding or any kind of severe weather. Rip currents and extremely rough surf, extremely dangerous beach conditions would be on tap for us between the swell from Humberto and the swell from this future Imelda. So there's growing concern in yellow in the Carolinas of direct impacts from a landfalling tropical system, but a very low concern for Florida. So that's good news for us. Meanwhile, it's the calm before all that storminess. Beautiful shot here from Lake Fairview. A mirror on the lake with light winds today. But we do face an isolated thunderstorm threat this afternoon. We have about a 30 to 40% chance for rain, and that kicks up after 3 p.m. We're in the mid-80s now. We're going to warm up to 93 by 3 o'clock, and then cool things down behind the rain a little bit after that. All right, future radar features isolated thunderstorms developing after 3 p.m. And like yesterday, some areas will get soaked, but a lot of areas won't see much. Highest chance today is going to be Orlando and Sanford Point South. Places like Oviedo and Chuliota have not had a drop, it seems like, in a couple of weeks. So we could use a good soaking. Hopefully we get something. But as far as the forecast goes, it's going to be warmer than normal today, a high of 93. That's about 4 degrees warmer than normal. Looking ahead, Sunday and Monday are Fox 35 weather impact days. That's because we'll have that passing tropical system. It's going to be a breezy day. If you're at the coast, it'll be kind of a rainy day. It'll be very dangerous at the beaches. But inland, it'll actually be comparatively pretty serene, it looks like, with a nice dry north wind, a couple of showers around. So, Garrett, this is a very complex system and a very rare setup with 2 tropical systems potentially orbiting around each other. It's called the Fujiwara effect. Fujiwara was an atmospheric scientist in the 1920s and 30s in Japan. And he was the first to identify typhoons that orbit around a common point like a binary star might, or orbiting black holes. But unlike a black hole, they can't merge into one. So they just kind of orbit around each other until one wins out, the other one dies, and then the parent bigger storm kind of pulls in the moisture from the dead one.
It's a striking image to see on the radar, Brooks.
Sure is. I mean, I think on Sunday night and Monday, looking at the radar, that was the future radar, looking at the radar, looking at the satellite, we're going to be like, whoa, this is this is in our front yard. Like, we could reach out and touch it. If you filled up a Boston whaler, you could theoretically go out there and find yourself inside the future system. Don't do that. We're going to have small craft advisories. It's going to be too dangerous to go out there on the boat.
All right. Well, certainly something we will continue to keep an eye on,
Yep.
Continue to stay tuned as you continue to track that for us. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you, Garrett.
And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, let me give you a live look at Port Canaveral from our Launch Credit Union camera. Keep it right here. We've got much more news to come next right here on Fox Local.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Want to give you a live look right now outside the White House, where we know President Trump is expected to greet the president of Turkey any minute now. We've been seeing some movement here. That's why I wanted to go ahead and take this full, see if we might be able to catch this live as it happens here. President Erdogan is expected to meet with Trump at the White House. Let me see if I can pull up the schedule for the day. In fact, there is President Trump, who is stepping outside the White House, the West Wing there, to greet him. So let's go ahead and I'll also pull the audio up full here for a minute, and let's listen in. You can hear those sirens in the background, likely the escort to bring the Turkish president to the White House. President's about to meet with the Turkish president. He's greeting him here on the West Wing driveway. They are scheduled to have a meeting inside the Oval Office shortly after his arrival. Also will have a lunch today together before the president moves on to some other duties, expected to sign executive orders later, and then meet with the Prime Minister of Pakistan later today. This is a live look outside the West Wing of the White House as President Trump gets ready to greet the Turkish President Erdogan.
President Trump, sir. President Trump, will you allow Turkey to buy F-35, sir? Do you believe Turkey can help end the war in Ukraine? Do you believe Turkey can help end the...
A couple questions shouted at the president that went largely unanswered there as the president greets the president of Turkey, and they head inside to continue with their meetings. Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are continuing to learn more about the man who died after riding Stardust Racers, the roller coaster at Epic Universe here in Orlando. Yesterday, the family's attorney, the attorney for the family members of that victim, said he was in the front row of the ride. That was some new details that came out of that news conference that we did bring you live here on Fox Local. Ben Crump, that attorney, says that 32-year-old Kevin Zavala was also likely unconscious for the majority of that roller coaster ride, and now they're calling for full transparency and cooperation as that investigation moves forward. Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz has the latest.
Good morning. That's right. The family wants the ride to remain closed until a further investigation can be done on the ride's safety features to ensure that this doesn't happen to another family ever again. Now, through tears, the family described who Kevin Zavala was to them. They say he always liked to help, made everyone happy, and always had people laughing. They say despite him being the youngest in his family, he was always the one that they leaned on for advice. He also loved roller coasters, and they say he was super excited to go to Epic Universe with his girlfriend that day. Now they want changes to be made to that ride, changes that they believe could save those who ride the Stardust Racers ride in the future.
I don't want anybody else to feel like I feel right now.
All he talked about was how excited he was to be going the next day to Epic Universe and how excited he was for all of us to go with him.
And Fox 35 spoke to a certified safety professional and licensed mechanical engineer not affiliated with Universal Orlando, but he told us before the ride opens, he believes that Universal will likely have to make those changes. These changes could come in the form of the coaster design or how the operators run it. They will have to have that investigation continue until that happens, though.
It remains to be seen if, considering his disability, if he was adequately restrained or not.
Now, Zavala says Zavala's funeral will actually happen in Kissimmee tomorrow from 10:30 to 2 p.m. If you would like to go, it is open to the public, and we will have those details on our website. Reporting in Orange County, Amanda Ruiz, Fox 35 News.
And that news conference yesterday with Ben Crump and the family members of Kevin Rodriguez Zavala lasted for longer than an hour. It was very emotional at times. If you missed it, you can find that full news conference right now on Fox Local and on fox35orlando.com. Here in Lake Mary, an 85-year-old woman with dementia was allegedly pushed to the ground by an employee at an assisted living facility. Investigators say that employee walked away and left the woman lying there. Fox 35's Chancellor Wynn has that story.
She turned to my mother and grabbed both of her arms, lifted them up, and pushed her to the floor, threw her to the floor.
That's what Donna Papalardo says an aide at Spring Hills Lake Mary allegedly did to her 85-year-old mother, Jean.
The aide just walked away. She didn't look back to see if she was still on the ground or if she was up.
48-year-old Nakia Neal was arrested, and according to her arrest report, Neal and Jean were arguing. And when Neal pointed her fingers near Jean's face, the 85-year-old grabbed onto them. Neal allegedly raised her arms up and quickly stepped towards Jean, causing her to fall backwards onto the floor. About 90 minutes later, Papalardo says the Lake Mary Fire Department called about her mother.
They just said that she had a fall, and they were checking her vitals, and that she did have an obvious bump on her head from the fall, and there was no mention of the incident that occurred.
That's because investigators say the fire department was only told that Jean had fallen. It wasn't until the next day that a representative with Spring Hills Lake Mary was told about what happened and called police. A statement to Fox 35 from Spring Hills Lake Mary reads, quote, "The safety and dignity of our residents is our highest priority. During an interaction with a resident, an aide used excessive force, which is never tolerated in our community. The aide was immediately suspended and subsequently terminated. Authorities were notified, and we are cooperating fully with their review."
And the next time I was called was by the Lake Mary Police Department at 4:45 in the afternoon, nearly 24 hours after it happened. And that is when I found out that she was thrown to the floor by someone we trusted to take care of her.
Fox 35's Chancellor Wynn reporting. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A man is behind bars accused of making guns with a 3D printer. Well, what's interesting here is how he was caught. Fox 35's Marley Capper has those details.
Well, the suspect actually called police because he wanted to report that his guns were stolen. It turns out that he's a felon and shouldn't have any weapons at all, so essentially he was turning himself in. Take a look at the video from the scene. This happened on Pennsylvania Avenue near South Fisk Boulevard in Rockledge. Fox 35 watched as investigators combed through this Rockledge home Wednesday evening, carefully searching the cars on the driveway and hauling away what looked like that 3D printer. Police eventually arresting Patrick Carman. Officers say Carman still had one of those 3D printed guns on his bed when they first showed up to his home. According to the report, it was converted to a submachine gun and had a magazine inside with 15 9mm rounds. Police say Carman admitted the gun was his, and the report says he called it, quote, a fun project that he was working on. Police booked Carman, a convicted felon, into the jail on 2 new felony charges. As this case develops, we'll bring you updates online and on air as well.
Today we are also learning how much money Palm Bay made with the faulty school zone speed cameras that they have actually since taken down. They put up those cameras to try to stop speeders driving through school zones. Certainly something that is dangerous and you want to discourage doing, but an investigation by Fox 35 found that there were multiple issues with that system. People getting ticketed who shouldn't have been, a number of issues that were pretty widespread, but that those cameras were not taken down before thousands of people were cited. And as Fox 35's Esther Bauer reports, the city made nearly $400,000 from those tickets.
The city got a cut, but the entire program netted more than $700,000. It was split several ways between the city, the state, the vendor, and the school board. This is all that's left of those cameras, but some drivers are still demanding refunds. The cameras may be gone, but now we know how much money they made.
It makes my stomach cringe.
That is crazy to me.
In less than a year, the program pulled in $781,000, and the city made $347,000. More than 7,000 people paid $100 fines for allegedly speeding through school zones.
I think they should refund every ticket that was issued.
Christy South says that because the program was plagued with problems. We reported on incorrect citations going out to drivers. Fox 35 also uncovered the cameras were allegedly breaking state law because they were installed too close to the road. That forced the city to totally take them down in August.
If they cited problems for that, I definitely see them possibly having to pay back some money for that, yeah.
Drivers say if the city isn't going to issue refunds, they should use some of the profit to put more police in school zones.
An actual live person should be there protecting the kids.
Putting a physical police officer in the area would solve the problem.
We asked Palm Bay Police what their plans are. A spokesperson told Fox 35 the funds will be used for public safety initiatives, but at this time they have not been allocated toward anything specific. And people tell us they think a lot of people just paid the $100 because they didn't want to deal with the headache of trying to fight it in court, which is why they think they should get a refund. The city told us they had to throw out about 8,000 tickets because of all the problems with the program. Reporting in Palm Bay, Esther Bauer, Fox 35 News.
It was Fox 35's Esther Bauer giving that update on a story that she has been reporting on for weeks and months now there in Brevard County. Well, we know a lot of young people are picking up products with extra protein when it comes to their grocery shopping. And there are a lot of products out there that do have added protein. It's not hard to find now on store shelves. But some interesting numbers here, because this is a trend that is driven by Gen Z and millennial consumers. They're spending on average, according to data, $71 a week on those products with additional protein. And that's nearly 3 times as much as boomers are spending on that. Tara Collingwood is a registered dietitian nutritionist, and she was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about this trend and tell us a little bit more about how much protein do we actually need.
Let's talk about protein, and the recommended dietary allowance is 0.8 grams per kilogram. But in America, we don't talk kilograms, we talk pounds. Sure. So what is that in pounds? 0.36. And you hear all the time, social media everywhere, oh, trying to get a gram per pound or 2 grams per pound body weight. And that's just way too much. So, you know, even if you're doing heavy weightlifting, you don't need more than, I say, a gram per pound, really like 0.9 per pound. But, you know, people are trying to get 200 grams of protein a day, and it's insane.
I'll tell you, it's hard, though, even to get the gram per pound. Let's say you weigh 125 pounds. I weigh 125 pounds. I'm not going to be able to get 125 grams of protein in a day. You and I talked about this off camera.
But you don't need it. So even if you can get, like the RDA for you would probably be like 56 grams of protein or something. Yeah, you could definitely have more than 56, but the difference between 56 and 125 is a lot. So even if you aim for 80 grams a day, maybe 90 on a good day, that's more than enough.
So why all this hype then about protein?
Well, people think that protein builds muscle. And yes, protein, amino acids, the building blocks of protein are necessary to help build muscle, but what builds muscle is exercise. And if you don't have enough carbohydrates and fat in your diet, then your body's going to take some of that protein, break that down for energy, and then you won't have the amino acids left to build your muscles. So I often, with athletes that I work with, are increasing their carbs a lot more than I'm increasing their protein so that they're getting that energy.
So let's talk about that, because carbs is a bad word for a lot of people.
It's a swear word.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So you're saying increase your carbs. Some people may listen to that and say, absolutely not, because I have always heard and thought that carbs are like, oh my gosh, stay away.
It depends. It depends on your activity level. You know, I work with a lot of athletes, so they need those carbohydrates to spare that protein, but most people probably eat way too many carbohydrates, and that's why the protein trend is so great, because protein fills. It keeps you a little bit more full as the morning goes on, and we want to spread that protein out throughout the day, but a lot of the research is really showing that as long as you get the protein in a day, that's fine, but let's not go for 80 grams at dinner and, you know, 10 for breakfast and none for lunch or something like that. It's better to kind of get, you know, 30, 40 grams, you know, 20, 25 for people like you and me at a meal. You know, then you're adding up to your 60 to 80, and then maybe a snack or two has some protein.
And so what are the best ways to get that protein? Because now we're seeing it everything from pasta to ice cream to, I mean, you just name it, protein is in it. A lot of it is ultra processed, but you still think you are getting really good protein.
You are getting protein, but, you know, of course, animal foods, so meats and milk and dairy and eggs, those are going to be your sources. If you're vegetarian, of course, you can get it from those nuts and seeds, which are very inexpensive, good protein. But, you know, when you add protein to a waffle, let's say, there is maybe 6, 7, 8 grams of protein in there. That's 1 ounce of meat. So increasing just your meat a little bit, or, you know, getting some of those plant-based proteins, have some more beans, you can definitely get protein from there as well. So you don't have to buy all these protein chips and protein waffles and protein everything. I mean, that's fine if you want to, if you like the taste of it, but it does alter the taste a little bit for some people. But yes, definitely getting that protein throughout the day.
So it sounds like the bottom line here is, as we put a bow on it, is protein is not a bad thing. However, just like with everything in life, everything in what?
Moderation. That was good.
That is the takeaway.
Yeah, a lot of good advice there and a lot of things to think about. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this. actually comes and actually.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you live inside the Oval Office right now as President Trump is taking some questions ahead of his meeting with the Turkish president. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Of the most powerful countries in the Middle East, and I think we're going to be close to a deal.
We've noticed that in the Ukrainian war and during the Israeli-Iran war, the airspace of the NATO countries is very fragile, and it needs to be stronger. And in that sense, Turkey being the second largest army in NATO, it needs to support its air force and air defense. How do you look at this issue in general as a NATO?
Well, we support them. I mean,
It's
we're,
the eastern flank of
yeah, we're in NATO, and you know, they're paying now 5% of GDP. Nobody thought that was possible, and they agreed to that 6 months ago when I was there. And the relationship is very good. The NATO countries, with us, is the strongest it's ever been. We used to complain that they're paying 2%, but they're not paying. The United States was paying almost everything. And now they're paying 5%, and they paid. And that's trillions of dollars. You know, we're talking about trillions of dollars. And they're spending that, giving that money to us, and we are giving them great defensive, you know, the Patriots and all of the different javelins, all the different missile systems and everything else that they want. But it's, you know, it's trillions of dollars. So we appreciate that they did that. So they went from 2% to 5% of GDP, and that was something that nobody even would bring up. Biden should have brought it up a long time ago, because under Biden, we paid $350 billion, and all it did is make things worse. So we'll see how it goes.
35s to Turkey, fighter jets, F-35s.
Yeah, we're talking about the fighter jets for Turkey. Yes, we are.
Are we going to see any steps going to be taken today about the issue, about the things that are going on in the Gaza, Palestine? Are we going to...
It could be today. Yeah, it could be today. We have a very strong dialogue going on with Saudi Arabia. With, I would say, you have 4 or 5 real leaders that are being good. As you know, I met with Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE. We met with Jordan. The King of Jordan was there. We had a really great meeting. I think a lot was determined at that meeting. And I have to meet with Israel, and I have to do that also. They know what I want, and I think we can get that one done. I hope we can get it done. A lot of people are dying. But we want the hostages back. We don't want them back, 1 this week, 1 in 2 months from now, 3 later, and you know, like the way it's been going. We got them all back. We got a lot of them back. We got the American Alexander. We got the American hostages back. But we have now 20 plus 38 bodies, dead bodies. And we want them all back, and we want them back at one time.
President Erdogan will help to release the hostages?
Do I think what?
Do you think President Erdogan will help to release the hostages?
I don't know if he'll help in that. I don't really think we have. I don't think it'll be necessary in this case. I think we're going to be in a pretty good position. There are a lot of people that want that done. I met with great leaders. Look, you saw the people that were there, and great leaders. Egypt was also represented. We met with the leaders of that part of the world, and they want to see if they can get something done. And I'm going to have to tell Israel, let's go. We want to get the hostages back. Everybody wants to see that war over with, by the way. Everybody. So we're going to see what happens.
Mr. President, how do you see a joint initiative with President Erdogan to bring the President of Russia, Putin, and President Zelensky to the negotiating table?
Well, I can tell you that President Erdogan is very respected by both of them. Everybody respects Erdogan. They really respect Erdogan. I do. And I think he could have a big influence if he wants to. Right now, he's very neutral. He likes being neutral. So do I like being neutral. But he's somebody that if he got involved, the best thing he could do is not buy oil and gas from Russia. If he did that, that would be probably the best thing. He knows Putin like I know Putin. I thought Putin, I settled, as you know, 7 wars, and it's probably more than that if you really want to know the real facts, but 7 wars, and I thought this would be among the easier ones to settle. But I'm very disappointed in Putin. And he's been fighting hard, he's been fighting long, and they lost millions, they lost like 1 million soldiers. And you know, with all of the heavy bombardment over the last 2 weeks, they've gained almost no land. Think of that. They've gained almost no land. And I'm not going to ever call anybody a paper tiger, but Russia spent millions and millions of dollars in bombs, missiles, ammunition, and lives, their lives. And they've gained virtually no land. I think it's time to stop. I really do.
Mr. President, a few months ago you met with Aliyev and Pashinyan. Can you follow up?
So where?
You met with Aliyev and Pashinyan, Azerbaijan President Aliyev and Pashinyan. Can you follow up on what you want to say about current process?
No, I can't.
I
like this guy. I like him. He's from CNN. Fake news, the worst fake news, but I like him. So it's CNN Turkey. I'll get Brian. Go.
Syria has been a major issue between the two countries for the past decade. And you said the future of Syria is in Erdogan's hands back in, I think, December and January. And the countries are in the process of integrating regional fractures into the main government. When do you want to see that happen?
Well, I think President Erdogan is the one responsible for Syria, for the successful fight in ridding Syria of its past leader. And I think this man is responsible. He doesn't take the responsibility, but it's actually a great achievement. They've been trying to do it for 2,000 years. I said, he does it. He did it. I mean, they're your surrogates. I think you should take the credit for it. I told him, take the credit. For 2,000 years, you've been trying to take over Syria. He took over Syria, and he doesn't want to take the credit. You know, all of those people are his surrogates. But the leader of Syria, the new leader, as you know, I took sanctions off in order to let them breathe, because the sanctions were very strong. But I think we should have a major announcement today. He was responsible for that victory. It was a victory for Turkey, because they've been fighting, as you know, for like 1,000 years. And it never went, you know, it was back and forth, but he's responsible for that. So he would have a lot to say with respect to Syria. But at his request, I took, and the request also of the King of Saudi Arabia, it's very interesting, and Qatar, they said if you could take the sanctions. We had very strong sanctions. They couldn't have lived with those sanctions, and I took them off to give them a chance to breathe. But the president was one of the people that was responsible for that. He asked me to do it, and I did it.
Mr. President Trump. Mr. President, furloughs are very typical when the government shuts down. Why is the administration directing federal layoffs of federal workers this time around?
Well, this is all caused by the Democrats. They asked us to do something that's totally unreasonable. They never change. They want to give money away to illegally, people that entered our country illegally. They want to give them massive federal money. And we don't want to do that because it means everyone's going to just keep pouring back. Right now we have absolutely perfect borders like you haven't seen in many years. Even better than I had great borders during my 4 years, but these borders are stone cold closed. You can only come into our country legally now. But the Democrats want to give it all away. They want to open up the borders. Take a look at that. It's a big thing. They want to open borders again after what we're going through now, getting rid of prisoners, getting rid of all of these people dropped out from mental institutions, drug dealers, drug addicts, everything. They're putting everybody into our country. It's all ended now. But this is what Schumer wants. This is what the Democrats want. They want to have, and they want to take our money. We're doing well because of tariffs. We're doing unbelievable. We're making more money than we ever have made. And by the way, we're going to take some of that tariff money that we made, just to get off the subject for a second. We're going to take some of that tariff money that we made. We're going to give it to our farmers, who are, for a little while, going to be hurt until it kicks in. The tariffs kick into their benefit. So we're going to make sure that our farmers are in great shape because we're taking in a lot of money. We're finding, the other day, it was very interesting, they found $31 billion. They said, sir, we found 31. I said, you mean positively, right? They said, yeah, 31 million more than we knew. And they said, we don't know where it came from. I said, check the tariff shelf. They came back the following morning. They said, you're right, sir, it came from the tariffs. We've never seen anything like this. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking some money from all of the tariff money that we've taken, and we're going to distribute it to our farmers until the tariffs kick into their benefit, which ultimately the farmers are going to be making a fortune. But it's a process of, it has to kick in. All right, maybe one more.
There was another shooting at an ICE facility in Texas yesterday.
Terrible.
Detainees were killed. The FBI director posted on social media bullets that were engraved with the message anti-ICE.
Right.
He just posted another thing on social media saying they recovered a handwritten note from the subject that read, hopefully this will give ICE agents real terror to think, is there a sniper with AP rounds on that roof? Who do you hold responsible for the uptick in left-wing violence in the country?
Radical left rhetoric. The radical left is causing the problem. They're out of control. They're saying things, and they're really dumb people. I mean, I look at Crockett. I look at some of these people. They're very low IQ people, actually. But the radical left is causing this problem, not the right, the radical left. And it's going to get worse, and ultimately it's going to go back on them. I mean, bad things happen when they play these games. And I'll give you a little clue. The right is a lot tougher than the left. But the right's not doing this. They're not doing it, and they better not get them energized because it won't be good for the left. And I don't want to see that happen either. I'm the president of all the people. But the radical left is causing this. Radical left Democrats are causing this problem, and it gets worse. It gets worse, and it'll be a point where other people won't take it anymore, and that will not be good for the radical left, and we don't want that. Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, it seems like an indictment of James Comey is imminent. Would this be the first step in accountability for pushing the hoax of Russia, along with Barack Obama involved as well?
Well, I can't tell you what's going to happen because I don't know. You have very professional people headed up by the Attorney General, and Todd Blanche, and Lindsay Halligan, who's very smart, good lawyer, very good lawyer. They're going to make a determination. I'm not making that determination. I think I'd be allowed to get involved if I want, but I don't really choose to do so. I can only say that Comey's a bad person. He's a sick person. I think he's a sick guy, actually. He did terrible things at the FBI. And but I don't know. I have no idea what's going to happen. Thank you very much, everybody.
The press gaggle is over inside the Oval Office, and the meeting will be getting underway shortly between President Donald Trump and Turkish President Erdogan, getting ready to speak there. We appreciate you joining us here this afternoon on Fox 35 News Plus. I do want to play for you now the rest of Governor Ron DeSantis' news conference earlier today in Miami. We caught the tail end of it, got to hear a little bit about it, and heard some questions being asked, but I want to get us caught up here and play that for you now. And it began with an introduction from the former Lieutenant Governor, Jeanette Nunez. Let's listen in here. Yeah, so we're not getting any audio here at this point, but I am told that her microphone is fixed here in just a moment. So we will go ahead and continue to play this out and listen in. The big announcement earlier today was specifically about school choice. You see that on the placard there. School choice successes is what it says on the podium. This news conference at Florida International University in Miami, where former Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez, who you see at the podium there, is now the president. In fact, she stepped down as Lieutenant Governor to fill the interim role at that university, and then was not too long ago approved for that permanent position. The big announcement that Success Academy charter schools coming to Florida and some other things as well. So let's go ahead and listen in now that the microphone is on in Miami.
And that, for Washington Monthly, ranked FIU #1 best bang for your buck in the Southeast. So all those rankings mean that our students are having tremendous opportunities. We graduate our students at record pace. We are just now welcomed our largest freshman class, our most distinguished freshman class. And we're just getting started. So under my leadership, I'm excited to continue to grow, and our goal is to become top 30 within the next 5 years. So keep your eyes on FIU. We're going to diligently work to ensure that our students have wonderful opportunities once they cross that graduation stage. And we know we also play an important role in teacher development and that teacher pipeline, so we're proud of that work that we do here. And we're just really excited to kick this off today. And as a token of our appreciation, Governor, I understand, I know firsthand that you have a football aficionado in your household. So we have here a jersey. Just a quick shameless plug. We are the official holders of the Shula Bowl trophy. So I think Mason can wear that. Yeah, with 2 and 2. One was Penn State, so that doesn't really count. But we're honored to have you here, Governor, and we're excited to welcome you and the team that's joined us. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, I have 3 young kids, including son in 2nd grade, and the chance that he will accept this over his Florida State Seminoles is unfortunately 0. He is chomping at the bit for that Miami game on October 4th. And, you're part of the state university system. I don't know if you can root for the U against Florida State. That's going to be an interesting dilemma. Florida, they have a game Friday night against Virginia, and it's like, yeah, they should win, but I'll tell you, those are the scary ones when you maybe look at. Hopefully they get the job done, because I just think it'd be good for the state to have 2 undefeated teams. Miami will be number 2. Florida State may end up being 6 or 7, maybe even 5, depending on what happens between now and then. And we haven't had one of those in a long time. So we're looking forward to that. But we're also glad to be here at FIU. I look around, I'm like seeing some of these nice buildings. I'm like, okay, so that was the line item I approved in that budget 4 years ago. Yeah, it's really nice. But Jeanette has done really a great job. I've, of course, been a part of this for things like the Adam Smith Center, which has really been a focal point, I think, of promoting economic freedom throughout the Western Hemisphere, particularly in Latin America. And trust me, we need it in this hemisphere. The way things have gone, particularly in some countries that had previously been very tough, close allies, are now going more in a statist direction. So I think that that's been a really important thing, not just for the students, but I think it's had a ramification beyond that. We're also glad to be joined by so many distinguished guests here. Of course, we have our president from Florida International University, Jeanette Nunez, who served admirably as the Lieutenant Governor of Florida through most of my tenure. And then we have Florida's new Lieutenant Governor, who has replaced Jeanette. I call him the Chuck Norris of Florida politics, because he's a Green Beret, and he's just recently, he's out there rescuing people in Israel when Iran's bombing people. So a real action hero to have as Lieutenant Governor, and he's been with us on all these key issues, school choice in particular, but everything down the line. We have our Education Commissioner, Stasi Kamoutzis, who's a South Florida native, and I just tell you, we have standards, we have rules, we have regulations, and most school districts is not a problem. We've got some that think they should do. He will send the nastygram. He will make sure that you're getting in line, and I think that that's really important because we all got to be pulling in the same direction. We also have Success Academy CEO Eva Moskowitz, and she's going to be able to talk about bringing Success Academy to Florida. It's very world-renowned, really, what she's done with Success Academy, and the difference is, in New York, they do everything they can do to try to prevent you from being successful. Here in Florida, we're going to do everything we can to ensure that you're successful, and so I think that the sky's going to be the limit for what they're going to be able to do in the state of Florida. We also have Citadel founder and CEO Ken Griffin, who moved Citadel from Florida within the last 5 years, and I don't know, you'd have to do the calculations, but if you look through all of Florida history, there's probably not been too many people, and maybe no one, that's been more philanthropic. Elevate the bureaucracy over the needs of the parents and the students, and in many cases even the teachers. We have to make sure that we're empowering parents to be able to make meaningful choices about their kids' education. We got to put our students first. And so that's what we've done over the tenure of my governorship. Florida had embraced school choice, but we've taken it to a much different level. We are the leading state for school choice in the entire United States of America. We have 1.4 million students that are utilizing some type of school choice option in order to realize their dreams. And some of that is with our private scholarship program. We have 500,000 students who are on our Family Empowerment Scholarship and Tax Credit Scholarship programs. That gives the parents an amount. They can direct that to a private school and be able to do that if that's what they see fit. But that's the choice of the parents, not the choice of the government. We also have over 400,000 students in charter schools, and Success Academy is obviously going to be one of our charter options. And so these are schools that are public schools. Now, they're not controlled by the school district, and I think importantly, not controlled by the teacher unions, but they are public schools. They're open to everybody. Parents can choose or not choose. No one in Florida is forced to go to a charter school. They have to produce results. They have to show parents that they're a place where the parent's going to want to send their kids. And so we have over 400,000 students that have done that. Now, it's important to put this in perspective because, yes, the choice in and of itself is good. If a parent has options That's better than having one option that's not doing well and you have no way to get out of that. But what are the results of that? If you take our charter school population, that over 400,000 students, and that's more students than some U.S. states have in their entire K-12 system, if that were its own state, it would rank #1 in 4th grade reading and 4th grade math in these United States. And that's just the charter population. And the charter population does skew low income. It would skew to demographics where people would say, oh, you can't expect success. No, we're showing everyone can succeed by what we're doing. So I think that that's really, really powerful. We also have been very supportive of parents who want to homeschool their children. So we have hundreds of thousands of families that are involved in homeschooling. They're able to get school choice financial support to be able to do that. And you're seeing a lot of really neat, innovative things that are developing in the homeschool community to be able to tailor education for what they want. So we stand here today, as Jeanette said, 10 years in a row, Florida's #1 in public higher education. And I think FIU now being firmly in the top 50 for publics is great. I mean, it wasn't long ago then they were closer to 100 than to 50. And so the rise has been very rapid, and I think the rise is going to continue. We also have University of South Florida, Florida State, and the University of Florida that are in the top 50. We have been ranked #1 in overall education 2 of the last 3 years, #1 in education freedom, I think for pretty much every year since I've been governor, #1 for parent power by the Center for Education Reform, and also #1 for parents' rights of any state in the United States. And again, the debate about school choice that we had, I think, a little bit more theoretically maybe 20, 30 years ago, because you didn't have a lot of school choice around the country, was that, oh, if you do school choice, you're going to reduce the quality of the education, money is going to go away from the school districts and all this stuff. And I think what we've shown is, what have the results been? So the results that we see from expanding school choice as follow. Last year, 71% of Florida schools earned an A or a B grade. That's up from 64% the year before. Even better, 44% of schools earned an A. The number of schools receiving a D or F declined significantly year over year. Now, part of the reason I think we were able to do that is we instituted a change in how we evaluate schools. We had focused on one kind of high-stakes end-of-year test that was frustrating for parents and some teachers and a lot of students. It also just practically happening at the end of the year. If you needed remediation, well, the kids are on summer vacation, and so how are you able to remediate? So we replaced that one end-of-year test with progress monitoring. That progress monitoring is periodic throughout the course of the year. It gives an ability for teachers and parents and the school to be able to rectify poor performance, and we've seen a huge increase in performance as the school year has gone on as a result of our progress monitoring. Finally, before we talk about Success Academy, I'm really proud that we've led the way on reinvigorating American civics as something that's really important for our students. We started and the philosophy behind it is simple. You're going to have people graduate from our K-12 system who will want to go to college and go into business or go into college and be a doctor. Some will just maybe be entrepreneurs and not even go to college. Some will go into trades. People are going to pursue a wide variety of paths. But every single person that we send out of this K-12 system of ours is going to be called upon to exercise the duties of being an American citizen. And it's incumbent upon us to ensure they're not just a blank slate when they get out of here, that they actually have a foundation to understand what are the principles that have made America unique. What does it mean to be in America? Why have people fought and died defending this country? And if we're doing that, then we're doing our part so that they can go out and make the most of this really unique opportunity to be a citizen of this republic. And some will want to get involved in civic affairs. Maybe some will just be diligent about voting every election. Maybe some people get involved in their local community. But having that foundation, I think, is really important. And so we have a Civic Seal of Excellence program for teachers Because we can sit there and tell you, you need to read Federalist number 10, you need to read the debate at the federal convention, you need to read all this stuff, and that's fine, but you have to have teachers that, one, are passionate about it, but then have a solid understanding. So our program gives them a $3,000 bonus if they go through the program, 50 hours. We got great scholars from around the country talking about all the influences that went into the founding of the United States of America. And the people that go through that, you know, they're blown away by all this stuff, because in a lot of universities around this country, that's not what they're focused on. They've got different agendas. Now, not as much here, not here as long as Jeanette's president, I know that. You know, we want to focus on things that really matter and things that are enduring and really pursue truth, but that's not how it's gone. So that's been hugely successful. And we now have the most robust speech and debate initiative of all 50 states. Every school district in Florida is a part of our speech and debate initiative. And I think we have the championships in the spring that we'll do again. And I just think that's valuable, because it's easy for someone to be in their own little cocoon and just regurgitate things. But you may have to, in speech and debate, argue for something that conflicts with your priors. Maybe you got to question your assumptions. Maybe you actually have to think a little bit outside the box and make an argument. And in an era where so many people are on smartphones and stuff, to be able to stand up and express yourself and articulate a position, I think is really, really important. So we're proud of what we've done there. So today, I think it's really monumental for our state. You know, Success Academy is the nation's top performing charter school network. And we have a lot of great ones in Florida. And we've got some amazing classical charters. I got friends in Jacksonville that have done those. You know, we've got some down in South Florida that have done very, very well in different things. And we're proud of that. But Success really brings a proven leader. Success under Eva Moskowitz, they're not trying to kind of get easy points here. They're going in areas that have been more difficult to provide quality education. Here in Florida, they're going to be going in areas that have schools that have been very poor performers. And they are going to be giving populations who may not have had access to great education a chance to do something different. The track record has been sensational. And I mentioned this in passing, but this is just true. You know, New York City and New York State does not want charter schools, by and large, to be successful. Why? Because it's not something that the teachers' unions want to be successful. Why would that matter? Because they're the ones that really call a lot of the shots, unfortunately, in some of these states. And one of the things we did in Florida was say, no automatic deduction for teacher union dues. They can't be forcing you to do this. They can't even have an expectation it's just going to happen and all of a sudden you'll see it on your paycheck. No, if you want to opt in, you can write them a check, you can do. But what has that done? The number of people that have joined has plummeted. Dade County, Broward, they don't even have enough to be certified anymore. And part of the reason we did that is because we're increasing their salaries at the state level. We're doing a lot of this stuff. You actually had some teacher unions in Florida when we did our, because we've now done a teacher categorical pay increase, where they would withhold the additional salary from the teachers to try to leverage that on other negotiations where they could have gotten the money in the teacher's pocket right away. So you see some of these games that are played, and it's tough. It's a tough environment in places like New York and particularly in California. So I really believe that, you know, the old song is true. If you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere when it comes to doing charter schools. So you now have here with Success Academy and in this community in Miami, a community that has embraced school choice. There is no urban school, urban community in America that has more school choice than Miami-Dade County. And it's not even close. You have 2.8 million people. 2.8 million people, and I think it's over 70% of students attend a school other than the neighborhood school where they would traditionally be zoned to go to. And that's all parental empowerment. That's all parental choice. Now with Success Academy, you're going to have launched a entirely new venture for Florida, an operator that has great success and really has high standards. But what I saw, because I went up there and met with Eva like years ago when I was first governor, and what you see is a belief that all these kids have potential. All these kids can do well. Different kids may need different tools. Not every family's offering the same levels of support across every part of our country, but people, they can succeed, and there's a belief in that. And the belief is, and the goal is to, let's get these kids to maximize their potential. So I'm excited. I know we had to work hard kind of in the extra innings of the legislative session, and we're going back and forth, and we got it done because I knew it was important, and so we were happy to lean in on that. So we're going to hear from some of our speakers. So we're going to start with our Lieutenant Governor, Jay Collins. If you want to come up here, he's a 23-year Green Beret, was an outstanding state senator. This is interesting. He lost his leg after 18 years of service, and rather than retire, he became the first person in the history of the Army to requalify as a special operator Green Beret on a prosthetic limb. You want to try that? Probably not very easy. And he's
when good people and good organizations step up beside us to help push forward and lead, everybody gets stronger because of it. Having Ken Griffin and Success Academy come to Florida is just that catalyst. It's an opportunity to push things forward, to achieve greatness, to push boundaries that we maybe haven't hit that much yet. So you've talked about universal school choice. Who does that really make a difference for? Obviously, everybody's the answer, but disproportionately, it's kids like me that came from very meager backgrounds who don't know where to go, don't know how to turn, and don't have anybody in their family to reach out to. It provides those opportunities to them disproportionately and helps raise those boats. I'm so grateful to have us take a strong stance. Jeanette was there day in, day out. The governor has led from the front on this. We as a state have really grabbed a hold of this day in and day out. You heard the stats, you heard the numbers, they're incredible. But what I want to talk about is our investment in education, our investment in solving problems, but our investment in teachers. $5 billion invested. That's amazing. It is. We have to keep that up. We know that our economy and everything moving forward really is built off of what we teach our kids. It's garbage in, garbage out, but we have a commitment to excellence here, right? If you don't teach them the right things, you allow them to be drawn apart and torn apart at the seams by things that aren't focused on getting stronger, better, or raising them as valuable citizens. What happens to our state? What happens to our nation? It falls apart at the seams. We've seen that in other states, but we do not see that here in Florida because we have stood, we have led, and we've decided that not in our time, That's never going to happen. There are many people who have fought this fight, but it's been led by Governor DeSantis largely across the way. You know, life is a contact sport. It turns out that winning does matter. We have to make sure we give them the opportunity for our children to do what we did, to protect and preserve all that we love, all that we hold to be self-evident and true for our children, just as our forefathers, as our parents did for us. That is our responsibility as citizens. That's our responsibility as parents, so they can do the same thing for theirs. You know, under Governor DeSantis, Florida has led boldly. We didn't play small ball when others hesitated. They failed to step into the breach or stand alone if necessary. We didn't. We innovated, we solved problems, and we stood for students, for families, for education, because it's the absolute best thing we can do to solve problems now, but to establish a base of success as we move forward. So I want to leave you with this. You know, where I come from in the military, and something that I talk about every day, my wife's probably going to whack me with a shoe or something later for saying this again, excellence is a choice. It truly is. It is a choice. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. That's Aristotle. But let's distill it down. It's a choice. We can aim to set the bar low, or we can aim for greatness, for excellence in all that we do. Bringing in partners like Ken, like Success Academy, that is exactly what drives us towards greatness, towards excellence. I don't know about you, but more than anything else, I will never fail as a dad and as a husband. I want the American dream for my children, just like you do yours, but I want so much more. Our nation depends on strong, focused education and people like us stepping up and standing up, and we're excited to have you here. We're excited to see what's going to happen, and we're excited to see how far we can push education forward. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the state of Florida.
Okay, Florida Commissioner of Education Stasi Koumoutsas is hard-charging. He's done a phenomenal job, and I can tell you, parents in Florida, you got no better friend than Stasi, making sure that your rights are protected.
Well, good morning, Miami. It's great to be home. Great to be at FIU with President Nunez. Great to see so many friends here in the crowd. I see Representative Omar Blanco. I see President Madeline Pumarriega, as well as Trustee Robert Alonzo and Board Member Dan Espino. It's great to be here in the community that I know and love. I was just here last week with Secretary John Davis. We got to speak to over 2,000 students in the neighborhood I grew up in, North Dade. I went to Dr. Kropp, and I had the ability to participate against some of the best in the district when it came to sports. And I got to go to my rivals' high schools as well and talk about the importance of their future. Whether it was Miami Norland, that just became an A-rated school. That's a big deal for our community. Whether it's Miami Carroll City, who also just got an A as a school. North Miami Beach, Miami Central, Miami Northwestern. It was great to visit with these students and see how much greater the quality of educators and administration is in the public school system because of charter schools, because of the competition that is now taking place. And Governor, I thank you for leading on that. I know firsthand just the challenges and opportunities that we deal with as folks here in Miami. My mother was a single mother of 3 kids, and she struggled her whole life, and she struggled to make sure that we had the best education. And so for our district, at that time, it was Dr. Kropp, and I was super thankful for the sacrifices that she made. There's so many parents in Miami that want the very best for their children, as well as throughout our state. And so thanks to Governor DeSantis, Florida is providing every family access to a world-class education, no matter where you live, no matter how much money you make. So thank you, Governor, for your leadership. Today's announcement expands educational opportunities for Florida students, but especially those most in need, by adding another high-performing option to our state's public education system. We are proud to welcome Success Academy under the leadership of Eva Moskowitz, and I want to thank you, Ken Griffin, for your investments as well to make sure that students that are often overlooked are prioritized in this state, where they're able, through Success Academy, to help raise the bar for academic excellence in these communities. Success Academy brings a nationally recognized record of academic achievement and school improvement. We're confident their unwavering commitment to student success will benefit students throughout our state, starting here in Miami. As Florida's newest approved School of Hope operator, Success Academy will play a key role in transforming persistently low-performing schools into high-achieving learning environments. Schools of Hope operators consistently outperform both district and state averages in states where they currently serve, delivering results for students who need it most. School of Hope operators are held to rigorous standards of accountability while offering innovative, student-centered solutions that empower communities and drive measurable success. With the addition of Success Academy, Florida is strengthening its commitment to ensuring that innovation, accountability, and academic excellence go hand in hand, especially in these communities with low-performing schools. Success will not just expand school choice options for families, but they will also ensure that students are prepared for their future careers. And I want to highlight, Florida was also just recently ranked for the 4th year in a row #1 in education freedom because of our stance on education choice, teacher freedom, accountability, civics. We continue to rank #1 in every metric year after year because of this governor's leadership in prioritizing education. And today, we are proving that all children, no matter their background, no matter their zip code, no matter where they live, they can have access to a world-class education. I couldn't be more proud to stand with our governor and our lieutenant governor as we add even more high-quality educational options for families across our state. So thank you, and God bless.
And you know, one of the things that we've done since I've been governor is to say, you know, pay teachers more. And I agree, but the problem is like you send more money to school districts, they don't have to spend it on teachers. And a lot of times bureaucracies grow. So we created a categorical in the budget that, and it's now $1.35 billion, 1.38. It only can be spent on teacher salaries, but we include the charter schools in those public schools. And so we've been able to help our charter schools teachers get pay increases. And look, you're not getting rich being a teacher, but like in Miami, it's a high cost of everything. It helps, and so we're going to be committed to continuing to do that. So you can anticipate us rolling out an even larger teacher categorical for next year, and that announcement will be forthcoming. Pleased to bring up the CEO of Success Academy, and they have had an enormous amount of success in New York City under a lot of obstacles that get thrown their way. And we had discussed coming down to Florida many, many years ago, and, you know, things kind of work out. And I think we've created now an environment where it makes sense for them to come. And I think Miami's just the beginning. I think where there's needs around the state, I think you're going to see Success Academy make a big, big difference. And so while we're here today and excited about what it means to this community, I guarantee you there's going to be other places around the state of Florida where you're going to see success in the years to come. So come on up.
Good morning. Very nice to be here, President Nunes. Thank you for your gracious hospitality. Governor DeSantis, what you've done in the Sunshine State vis-a-vis education is extraordinary, starting, of course, with school choice. But the recent legislation throws down the gauntlet that excellence matters. There is no state in the country that has made this kind of commitment to excellence. It is not only going to help the poorest and most vulnerable children in Florida, but I think you're going to set a national standard for the country. Because as many other speakers have said, despite recent successes, we have a crisis in public education. We have a crisis in America. If we look at our international competitors, we are not keeping up. And so having this emphasis on quality is a game changer. And it's why I am so pleased to announce that not only am I coming to Florida, but I am coming to Miami because of the work, Governor, you and the state legislature has done. I thank... No, I'm so excited to work with other Miami educators, business and civic leaders, and the diverse set of community leaders here in Miami. It's a little emotional. I have been fighting, as the governor said, in a blue state. I'm not used to being welcomed. I'm not used to people liking high standards. It's a little new for me. So it's just been really, really great to think about the amount of good that can be done. And it's not only success, it's really partnering with other charter operators. I'm passionate about all kids, whether they're in district schools or charter schools. We've got to get every single child to excellence. I'm also pleased to announce, and I have to confess a little emotional about this too, that Ken Griffin, who has been an incredible philanthropist for so many causes in this country, is making a $50 million gift to Success to come to Miami and support the poorest children to achieve unparalleled educational excellence. I am extraordinarily moved by this, and I hope others.
Impact that he's had just in the last 4 or 5 years has been incredible. So this is another example of that, and I would, if I were a betting man, I would say it's certainly not the last example of Ken Griffin's really significant philanthropy. So come on up, Ken. We'd love to hear from you.
So thank you so much, Governor DeSantis. And today truly is a moment of celebration for the children and families across Florida. Under your leadership, and with the support of our state legislator, Florida continues to lead the nation in ensuring every child has access to a world-class education. And when I walked into the room this morning, I said to Eva, welcome to the state of Florida. All of us are so thrilled that you have chosen to come here to have such a profound impact on the lives of so many children in our great state. Thank you and welcome to Florida. Now, I'm going to brag for Eva for just a moment, because I must give you credit for being humble all the time. But in New York City, Success Academy works with students who are in the inner city, who often come from very challenging demographic backgrounds. It is a remarkable testament to Eva and her team that these students in the state of New York placed first as a district in mathematics, and that the middle school children will usually outperform the high school graduates of the most affluent communities in the state of New York. It is a remarkable testament to your leadership and to your team's commitment. Now, I've walked the halls of success. I have spoken with the students. I have had the moments in the classroom where they're posed difficult questions that with my Harvard education I struggle to find an answer to. We do need to work on higher education in America, don't we? But what I will tell you is I love the culture of optimism, rigor, and most importantly, high expectations. High expectations. Teachers and leaders who know that these children can have remarkable lives and make the personal commitment to bring the best out of these children. Jay Collins and I spoke before today's event for just a moment about our shared family histories. Jay grew up in a family with little, and I was very fortunate that I grew up in a family with some means, but my grandmother grew up in a house with no running water, like Jay did. And for Christmas, she had an orange. And like Jay and like the governor, we all firmly believe that education truly is the on-ramp to the American dream. And so, Governor, with your leadership, Eva, with the gift and commitment of your team, we will pave the road for tens of thousands of students here in Florida to join all of us in living the American dream. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm excited. I think this is a really important day for Florida. I just can't wait to see what Success Academy can do. And I just will echo what some of the other speakers had said, either explicitly or implicitly. We believe that kids from all walks of life have the potential to succeed. And Eva Moskowitz believes in setting those standards very high and working to make them reach their full potential, and she has a model that works. So we're already #1 for charter schools in those categories, but I have no doubt that Success is going to put us up even more. So thanks everyone for being here. I can take a couple questions before we leave. Yes, ma'am. So they will be doing, potentially a combination, right? I mean, certainly new schools. We also, with Schools of Hope, do have an ability when some perform poorly, where that can basically be taken over by a charter operator. One of the things that we have provided in the recent legislation is an ability for them to access empty space that we have in some of these schools because, quite frankly, poor performing schools get less enrollment in the era of school choice. Parents have the ability to go. So they're going to be able to utilize that. But so I think it's going to largely be they're going to start new schools. But I do think, given Florida's Schools of Hope program and the ability to have a charter operator we just did one in the Panhandle not too long ago. So that would be an option as well. Well, I think that the reality is Miami-Dade College, they're using it as a parking lot. Oh, we got to see the president's here. Thank you. Okay, and so it's a site that they are interested in doing a presidential center on, and I think to have that done in conjunction with one of our state colleges is really monumental. Now, we had worked and negotiated possibilities at Florida Atlantic, here at Florida International, and I know they thought hard about that. but their preference was for this land next to the Freedom Tower. So you're going to have a presidential library in the state of Florida, which I think is good for the state of Florida. I think it's good for the city of Miami, but you're going to have Miami-Dade College be able to have programs that are going to be associated with that. And so we think it's appropriate. We think it's going to be good for the state of Florida. And think about this. You know, Donald Trump is like the quintessential New Yorker, right? I mean, like, he was Queens, real estate, apprentice, all this stuff. And he's not doing his presidential library in New York City or anywhere in New York State. And I think that's a testament, one, how he was treated by New York City with the Attorney General trying to take his money and the bogus prosecution, but also the city has got a lot of problems. They may elect a mayor that's going to cause a spiraling out of control of those problems in November. And so I think the fact that they want to do it right here in Miami, right by that Freedom Tower, to me is a testament that they view Miami as a city on the rise and the state of Florida as a place on the rise. So I think it's a good signal for the state that they would want to invest into this area. And I think I look forward to being able to facilitate that process. Now, there may be other things that they're going to need to bring this to fruition, but I think this is the first step, and we're happy to play a role in that. So I think, and Eva can give you precise. I think her philosophy is, you know, she's not going somewhere to do just one school. Like, she believes, and we believe in their approach. We believe that there's going to be a lot of places around Florida where this approach can make a meaningful difference in the lives of the students. And so I think Miami is step one. I absolutely would envision that you will be seeing Broward, you will be seeing West Palm, you'll be seeing Orlando and some of these places. I think that that's very likely. I think that's their model. I think that that's their intention. Now they got to go in and they got to, you know, start moving the needle here in terms of getting up and running and doing this. But they have an ecosystem in place with the legislation I signed where that can be done. So if we're here in 5 years, I would anticipate that you likely would have multiple success academies throughout Florida. Well, it's something that I've always been supportive of, and you know, the thing about it is, the political debates are interesting to me because, you know, you can have your position for or against, but like when you say that the sky's going to fall if you have open carry, well, I can look at 40 plus other states that have it, and I haven't seen the sky fall. We already have under statute, mind you, permitless concealed carry, constitutional carry. That was a big deal when that was signed into law years ago. So I don't think it's honestly going to make a meaningful difference in kind of the daily culture of Florida. That would be my guess, simply because it hasn't really done much different in these other states. I think a lot of folks who are big proponents of the Second Amendment, I think their concern with Florida basically saying you can never open carry is if they have a concealed firearm, they sit down at a restaurant, they open their jacket, and then the firearm all of a sudden shows, have they committed a criminal offense for that? And it just didn't make sense. So I think that was really why a lot of people were opposed to Florida's blanket prohibition. But basically you had, I think it was just Illinois, New York, and Florida were the only 3 states that just had a flat ban. So I know media portrays it certain ways, but look at what other states, look at the laws of that. We're much more consistent now with the vast majority of states, even blue states, quite frankly. Vermont, for example, has had this since like the 1770s. And they're very blue states. So yeah, I mean, I thought that was the proper reading of the Constitution, and it'll be something that'll be upheld in Florida. Yes. What would you say to those who say charter programs like this take away students, resources from public services? What would you say to Well, I'd say look at what I've done since I've been governor. I mean, we have the highest per pupil spending we've ever had in the state of Florida. We've increased funding for our school districts every year. We've done the teacher categorical, which started, I think, at $500 million. Now it's almost $1.4 billion, and we're going to shoot for over $1.5 billion next year. Now the charter teachers are eligible for that too. But, you've seen public school teachers. I mean, our teacher of the year last year was at an event we did recently, and she was talking about how, she's gone up now $10,000, $15,000 over the last 3 or 4 years, and that's largely because of that. So we have done that in terms of supporting the school districts, because Miami-Dade's a good example. The reason why you have over 70% students not attending their local neighborhood school that they're zoned for is because the district has a lot of choice options. So it's not just private and charter. That's important, and you got a lot of that in Miami-Dade. But you have students that can go to other public schools within that school district, and I think that choice has been really good. But that choice probably would not have happened had we not been pushing choice in the other areas. And so we've done a lot of funding. That's just black and white in the budget. You can look at those over the years. Now, in terms of students, I think it's healthy that schools compete for students. I think it's healthy that a school is going to be in a situation where if a charter school is offering better programs and the parents have more confidence then, and they're losing students to that,
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. You may remember earlier this week, we took you inside a pretty heated Lake County Commission meeting where they debated designating a road as Charlie Kirk Memorial Highway. Heard public comment from dozens of folks. Again, emotions were high inside that meeting. The county commission ended up moving forward with that plan, approving that. So Schofield Road in Lake County will be designated Charlie Kirk Memorial Highway. That's not the only place that is considering road renaming over in response to the assassination of Charlie Kirk and finding ways to honor him here across Florida. In Brevard County last night, the Melbourne City Council considered a proposal to rename part of Cypress Avenue Charlie Kirk Lane. Now, this was a short stretch of a street from Oak Alley Boulevard to Orange Street. It's about a quarter-mile long stretch, and there is one business on that street called Lamb & Co. Fishmongers. And the owner of that business had posted something on social media in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's death, some comments that she has since apologized for. But the mayor of Melbourne had previously kind of called her out for those comments. Again, he ended up meeting with her and posting with her on Facebook, accepting the apology. But this stretch of road outside the business is where the city of Melbourne and the mayor had wanted to rename Charlie Kirk Lane. And so this was an item on the agenda last night in the Melbourne City Council meeting, where they also heard public comment from a lot of people, many of them against the renaming of the road. And after all that, the council decided not to move forward with it. And you'll hear some of the reasons why. So emotions were high during the public comment. It was many of the things that we heard earlier this week in Lake County, many of the same reasons that people were giving, high emotions as well. So most of what you're going to hear in just a minute here is not from public comment, but from the debate among council members who are kind of discussing their reasons either for or against supporting this. And I think it's interesting to hear some of what they had to say about their reasoning. And so I'm going to play this for you. This is from last night's Melbourne City Council meeting ahead of that vote where they ended up rejecting plans for this renaming, specifically for to hold another workshop to discuss the renaming. But this is some of their discussion. And again, you will still hear and see some of the heightened emotions that came with this topic last night.
Before I start this, I want to let you know, as mayor, one thing I believe in is the First Amendment. And as a mayor, when many people felt it was necessary to cancel the Space Coast Pride, I fought against that. And I fought for the Space Coast Pride and their rights to exist, their rights for free speech. And that's important. And I think anybody that's been around here long enough knows that. And again, it's the right to free speech. There's a Whitmore of events, and it goes in to say that the same rights that give us Christians, and I'll say us Christians, a right to practice our faith, gives the Space Coast Pride a right to exist. And we have to remember that if we don't like the message, we don't have to go. We have a right. We have a right. And I call on it's our pastors. Our pastors are out there preaching the word. Everybody has a right to their First Amendment speech. And I'll tell you right now, that's what Charlie Kirk believed. And Charlie Kirk, if you watch some of his videos, you know, there's a lot of stuff taken out of context, and you don't have to agree with everything. And I'm going to go into this. Good evening to my fellow council, city staff, visitors, and those watching on the internet. Today, we gather to honor the life and legacy of Charlie Kirk by discussing the renaming of a section of Cypress Avenue in his memory. This is not just about a new sign on the street corner. It's about recognizing the impact one individual can have on a community, a generation, and a nation. Charlie Kirk devoted his life to encouraging civic participation, free expression, and political engagement, especially among young people. Through his work, he inspired a new generation to take an active role in shaping the future of our country. Whether you agreed with him or not, Charlie was someone who believed in the power of ideas, the necessity of open dialogue, and the courage to stand for one's convictions. His life ended through execution in front of the world and worse, his wife and kids. But his message continues to resonate across America. Who is Charlie Kirk? Charlie Kirk is the founder and president of Turning Point USA, a national student movement dedicated to identifying, organizing, and empowering young people to promote the principles of free market and limited government. With a presence of over 3,000 high schools and college campuses nationwide, over 650,000 lifelong student members, and 450 full and part-time staff all across the country. Turning Point USA is the largest and fastest growing conservative youth activist organization in the country. At just 30 years old, Charlie has done thousands of media appearances. Charlie was previously named to the Forbes 30 Under 30 list and was the youngest speaker at the 2016 Republican National Convention, as well as an opening speaker at the 2020 RNC. He's the author of 4 books, including the #1 Amazon and New York Times bestseller. Remember, this is before the age of 30. His social media reaches over 100 million people per month, and Access has listed Charlie as the top 10 most engaged handles in the world. Charlie is the host of the Charlie Kirk Show podcast, which was downloaded over 120 million times in the last 12 months and regularly ranks among the top 10 shows on Apple News podcast charts. The Charlie Kirk Show is also a national syndicate live radio show heard on 150 radio stations around the country and is simulcast Real America's Voice News. Collectively, the Charlie Kirk Show is listened to and watched and streamed by an audience of over 1 million people a day. By naming the road after Charlie Kirk, we are not just honoring a man. We are affirming a set of principles, free speech for everybody, family, faith, civic duty, and the importance of standing firm in our beliefs, and even in the face of disagreement. Is there any comment from council?
Mayor?
Vice Mayor?
I'll go first. So I will say this. I was raised not to speak ill of the dead. Some of the words that were said were the most hateful against a dead man that I've ever heard. And then proceeded to taunt members of the crowd with a middle finger to the face. And I hope you didn't. I don't know why you're proud of that, sir. That's wrong and vile. And I hope that these other.
Okay, hey, sir.
I'm sorry.
Order. Deputy Mayor is speaking at this time.
And thank you for saying bully, because that's intimidation and bullying and hate. I'm sorry. That is absolutely wrong, and I hope that the rest of the group condemns that, please. Very sad. That was very sad, and that's not what love looks like, even though we were just talked about love by you. Over the last 2 weeks, I saw men and women of all stripes go to church. Charlie told young people their voice in politics mattered in a time when young people are told not to run for office and not to get involved. There are so many young people hurting deeply because of this loss, and this provides them joy and hope that matters to them. Thousands of vigils across the country, and then locally supported ones, such as one by our congressman. Speaking of Congressman Herodopoulos, he even showed up to the Kennedy Center when members of the highest offices in government held a vigil and talking about love of Charlie Kirk. The vast majority of our state and leadership support Charlie locally and statewide. He believed in free speech and died during free speech, reaching out to students who disagreed with him. He once said, when we stop talking to each other, bad things happen, and his hope was to stop bad things from happening in this country through dialogue and understanding of the other side. He was killed in that effort to bring people together. We can take the business owner, Ms. Lamb's suggestion to pick a larger street. We should move forward. I have also heard throughout the week, heckling's bullying, y'all. Heckling's bullying. If that's your attitude, heckling is bullying. If that's how you guys can do this.
He's speaking right now. Vice Mayor, stand by. Ma'am.
What was this for?
Okay, ma'am. I'll have you remove one more outburst. Good, Vice Mayor.
I have also heard throughout the week vast support from individuals, especially young people, our future. By renaming this street, we are promoting freedom of speech, reaching across the aisle, and peaceful political debate. I am also happy, look at this bullying, guys, look at yourselves, for victims of gun violence in Melbourne, as well as Memorial Avenue.
Okay. I was elected to represent everybody, and tonight I got to try and represent everybody. And by that I mean that as I sit here, I have to take an apolitical position because I'm vice chairman of the Airport Authority. I'm also a member of this Melbourne Council. I recognize and see every day, even today, I'm sorry you guys couldn't make the meeting this morning, but we are in negotiations with Fortune 100 and Fortune 50 companies to bring their companies here. They look at us and try to tell what kind of community that they're going to move their thousands of people to, hundreds of people to, or even me as a business owner. And I'm not going to use that. I'm not going to say if I step out of line. The message that we're sending by naming this Cypress, I'm not saying that we shouldn't honor. I'm not saying we should honor. I'm saying, keeping it right down the line in the middle here, guys, is that we're not doing the right thing by the business owner. We're not doing the right thing. If you want to take it another level, do it. Let's have a great conversation about it. Let's have a workshop. Let's talk all day about it. But doing this is sending a message to every business in this world, including Dassault Falcon Jet, that we are in the middle of a negotiation of 40 more acres, guys. I mean, this is serious. We're talking 80,000 people that live here right now. We're talking about another 20,000 jobs that are coming down the road. Before I'm gone, I mean after I'm gone. But look, my thing is I'm not supporting the road name. You know why? I want to have a better conversation about this because it is very raw, it's very emotional, it's everything that is not that should be coming in front of us tonight like this.
Okay.
That's my feeling.
Thank you, sir.
So that's,
thank you.
That's bottom line for me.
Okay.
2 pages of notes. I'm going to try to condense that into just a few lines. I've heard a lot of speeches here tonight with a lot of deep emotion. And I think one thing that we can all agree on is that what we want the City of Melbourne to stand for is that we support the First Amendment and the freedom of speech and the right for, whether it's Space Coast Pride, whether it's Turning Point, whether it's Lamb and Company, that we stand for the right for every citizen to say what is on their mind, whether we agree with it or not. So my proposal, I am not going to support the renaming of this street to Charlie Court. However, I don't think it's the right place, the right time, the right look. However, if we want to support what this community is wanting and striving for and what we want this community to be respected for, why don't we find a street, whether it's this street or not, and name it something like First Amendment Street or something that signifies us agreeing with and being proponents of that First Amendment freedom of speech and unity.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else have anything else?
So, Mr. LaRusso, you'd said that you didn't think that the way that it was done, so particularly that road, which Ms. Lamb does not want it on her road, she made that clear, but she did say perhaps a larger street she would support. That is what she said. She said that on the record. So,
order.
I know, back, sir. Order. I know, back. It's an inconvenient fact for you, but it's the truth. So,
Council is allowed to speak to each other.
Sir.
That's what we're allowed to do, so go
No,
ahead.
you're going to be shouted down by this group.
Yeah, so my question to you is, would you support a workshop for us to look at a different road for the particular naming of Charlie Kirk?
I proposed
Would you
the
support? Would you-
workshop.
would-
I proposed to have another conversation about
Yeah,
it.
so-
I did not say I would approve
Oh, no,
of
no,
it.
I'm not saying- no,
I
I'm
didn't
saying-
say I would oppose it.
'cause I'd like to-
But I would say that let's open it up for, we have so many questions tonight about so many different things, about so many different people, local heroes, national heroes, international heroes.
Sure.
Everybody across the board.
Sure.
And how this came about is unfortunate.
Sure.
Look at us right now,
Sure.
you know? So I would support a workshop. I would support another agenda item.
Sure.
I would support something that had more specific base ground opportunity for us to make decisions.
Okay.
So I hope that answers your
Yeah, it does.
question.
Yeah.
I really do, because this, in my mind, sorry, Paul, I love you like a brother, but this is wrong. This is wrong.
Would you support workshop?
No, I would definitely support a workshop, and I'll say, Mr. LaRusso, that I've spoken to many, many people. Our state senators support this, the business owners support it, even the largest properties. So at the end of the day, I understand, this is why, everybody's up here is making your big $7,000 a year, because you got to make tough decisions. And that's the reality. And I'll tell you right now, we're supposed to, everybody in the community is who we're supposed to represent. And we have people here supporting the street that we're not representing, plain and simple.
And so that was just a portion of the debate and the discussion. We heard from many more in public comment. We heard from several other council members who spoke as well, including one who showed some clips of comments that Charlie Kirk had made that they disagreed with. So a lot of conversation in that Melbourne City Council meeting last night. You heard that final motion for a workshop to discuss this further, and that motion failed. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer. Let's talk a little bit more about Charlie Kirk. We just brought you some of the meeting last night in the city of Melbourne when they rejected renaming a road after him. We should note that in Brevard County, several billboards are going up that honor him and that were paid for by a local business owner. Meanwhile, yesterday, if you were with us, we also heard from the state education commissioner who was speaking during the Florida Board of Education meeting yesterday and talking about the response to several comments that have been made by some teachers across the state and efforts by the state to crack down on that and pursue revoking the teaching licenses of some teachers who have made some comments that they deem inappropriate and ill-fitting of a teacher who is teaching children. We are now hearing a response from one of the teachers unions here, the Florida Education Association, and the president, Andrew Spar, who spoke with Fox 35's Randy Hildreth kind of in response to the claims made by Commissioner Kamoutsas yesterday specifically refuting the claim that FEA is trying to protect teachers who posted anti-Charlie Kirk messages as supporting and condoning violence. Here is that conversation that Fox 35's Randy Hildreth had with Andrew Spar.
It's disappointing to me when leaders in education in the state of Florida basically tell teachers not to expect much in the way of pay raises when Florida ranks 50th in the nation out of the 50 states in Washington, D.C. The state board should be supporting our teachers and staff who work in our schools. They should be supporting the education of our students instead of attacking those who are trying to make a difference in the lives of kids every day. And so I really wish that the commissioner and the state board would focus on the real challenges we face in our public schools. Underfunding, the need to address some of the student behavioral issues and mental health issues, the need to support students, especially students with disabilities who are some of our most underserved students, and the ability to make sure that every classroom has a fully trained, professionally trained, certified teacher in that classroom. And right now, the commission and the state board can't say that because they are failing in those responsibilities.
He accused you as the leader of FEA and FEA as an entity, the union, of supporting and condoning violence. Excuse me. Your response to that, and I guess he's saying in your support of teachers who have posted criticism of Charlie Kirk, he is saying that in some way that you all are condoning violence and condoning violence on a college campus or a school campus. Your direct response to that.
We have made it very clear that we do not condone violence or the celebrating of a death of anybody. And we have been very clear on that, not just as a union, but as educators. Educators are about bringing people together, looking out for each other. Think about how many educators, not just across this nation, but even specifically in Florida, on our college campuses last year at FSU, at Stoneman Douglas, who literally got in the way of the line of fire to protect and keep students safe. So to say that somehow all of a sudden educators are trying to spark violence, no, this is an attempt to silence educators. This is an attempt by the commissioner to keep educators from being able to speak up and speak out for what is right for students. Educators are professionals. And yes, we have a personal life outside of that. But we know as professionals that our personal beliefs do not impact our classroom. And so what we see the commissioner trying to do is malign educators in the state of Florida. And what we're saying is, first of all, if an educator says something that's inappropriate, there is a fair process that must be followed on that for that person to get due process and to make sure that they have their say in what's going on. But two, what's really important is that we remember that educators are professionals and they do an amazing job every day. And I encourage everyone watching this to remember the educators they had. It's no different today. Educators make a difference every day. And for the commissioner to continue to malign them is just very unfortunate.
And then clarifying question, do school board members fall under FEA union okay, so I was going to ask you about the school board member they brought up, but that's a moot point for you.
Listen,
because
I will say this, all right, school board officials are elected by voters. They answer to voters. And again, they don't answer to an unelected person like the commissioner of education. The commissioner of education and the state board of education, they are all appointed, and they don't respond directly to voters, and they're not the bosses of school boards. So while I differ very often with what school boards may be doing, I think we have to remember that this is about people being able to represent their communities and do so in the way they can. And if they're an elected official failing to do their job, guess what? Voters vote them out. But it's not the governor's appointed henchman's responsibility to chastise, to try to discipline, or to remove school board members. That's not their responsibilities. That's our responsibilities as voters. And we don't need an appointed official overriding voters in the state of Florida.
can they remove her? Or I guess because today they talked about it, that it's up to the voters since she was elected.
It's up to the voters. I mean, the governor, under certain circumstances, can. And we've seen this governor remove school board members and state attorneys who he disagrees with. That's not the intent of the law. The intent of the law is voters have the final say, not the governor, not appointed commissioners of education or state board members, but the voters. And this idea, and we saw it in Orlando, right, with the state attorney Monique Worrell, who the governor removed and voters put back, because voters are saying, hey, we get to decide this. So I think what we're seeing right now is an attempt to create a chilling effect in our schools, on all people in our schools, so they won't speak up and speak out about how underfunded our schools are, how much we need to support our students, how our students are really not getting the support and services they need, how burdened our public schools are. 1,330 pages of educational law for public schools, only 68 pages for charter schools, and only 40 pages for vouchers in private schools, which makes no sense, right? There has to be some level of accountability, but we see a burdening of public schools right now with the intent of trying to undermine our public schools. And this state board and this commissioner seem on that mission right now, to undermine our public schools and the people who work there.
Gotcha. And then last thing, just clarifying to what we were just saying. So technically they could come back in November, because I know the chairman said he wants them to think through possible things. So I guess the board could ask the governor, like, we would like to see her removed, and then the governor could remove this chairman.
The governor is the only one who can remove elected officials in the state of Florida, and he can only remove elected officials based on a very narrow aspect of the law, when they have done something egregious, maybe criminal charges or criminal activities. But again, this governor has been pushing that boundary. And so what I want to see in our school boards is stability. What I want to see in our schools is stability. What I know as someone who taught in a school that was a very high poverty school, 98% of the kids at the school where I taught, where my wife currently teaches in Volusia County, are poor. They come from poor families. They struggle every day to know if they're going to get food, right? And they rely on schools to give them that education, to give them that safe space, and to give them hope of a better life. And that's what we want to have happen. But we need the commissioner and the state board focused on that, not focused on trying to tear down teachers, telling them that they should just be happy with the crumbs that they have, that a $10 a week pay raise before taxes should be sufficient for educators who are 50th in the nation in average teacher pay. And the commissioner and the state board seem to be gloating over the idea that teachers may only get a $10 before tax pay increase per week. What right mind does that make any sense when we're 50th in the nation and people are leaving the profession in droves?
FEA President Andrew Spar speaking with Fox 35's Randy Hildreth. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. CFO Blaise Ingoglia continues his tour around the state when it comes to what he calls wasteful spending, government accountability as well. He has been tweeting about it again today, talking about what he has found as far as part of the DOGE efforts and the audits of local government spending. This is a photo from his news conference yesterday in Hillsboro County, where he talked about $670 million in what they're categorizing as wasteful, excessive spending in just 3 Florida counties. That's Orange County, Hillsboro County, and also the city of Jacksonville. He says they are running inefficient governments. He says in this tweet, you see, government is expanding because they can, not because they need to, and that you are paying for this waste through outrageous property taxes. This is obviously part of the larger discussion about what happens with these property taxes. We know a House committee met earlier this week kind of looking into this as one of the phases of this discussion and where things go from here. We know this is just the beginning of these local government audits, and we're still waiting on the kind of itemized lists, the full breakdowns, the full reports of what these DOGE teams found at these local governments. But here's a little bit of what CFO Ingoglia had to say yesterday in Hillsboro County as he talked about what they have found in just these 3 localities so far.
Right. We've already said that some of these increases are going to have to happen in terms of people being hired, because you're going to need extra fire and extra police. There are actually standards that have to be met in order to do that, to make sure that we keep people safe, right? Let's talk about inflation. What is the argument? What real good argument is there for government to increase costs? So I want you to think about this. Senior citizens, you have your Social Security checks. Your Social Security checks are being increased because of inflation. So, and only inflation. So if it's good enough for senior citizens, why isn't it good enough for government? Government should only be increasing for inflation and keeping it at inflation. But if you tell government to do that, obviously they are not going to love that. So just to refresh here, according to our calculations, Hillsboro County's budget should be $270 million less than what it is right now. And to be clear, that is fully funding fire, fully funding your law enforcement. It should be $276 million less than it is right now. So, by our calculations, Hillsboro County could have easily reduced their millage rate by 1.02 mils, cut taxes, and not even worried about it. This is a simple, easy cut. Your governments are talking about cutting low-hanging fruit in order to try to make ends meet. This is low-hanging fruit, not the paltry $50,000 they want to cut out of library services or parks. This is the cut that people in Hillsboro County, the taxpayers, deserve and should be having, not the rhetoric coming out of tax and spend career politicians. 1.02 mils could easily be cut out of this budget. So what does that mean for everyday taxpayers? In Hillsboro County, if you had a home that is tax assessed at $400,000, you would be saving $408 per year, just on the general fund budget. It's not including school taxes also, and don't get me started with schools and the amount of money that they waste. This is just off of the general fund budget. In Hillsboro County, if you own a property that has a taxable value of $500,000, you will save $510 a year if your local government chose to cut all of the wasteful, excessive spending out of their budget. And if you owned a property that was assessed value at $600,000, you would save it $612. In total, since we have been in Orange County, City of Jacksonville, and now Hillsboro County, in just 3 counties, we have identified almost $670 million worth of excessive, wasteful spending. Now, these are larger counties and cities which do not run efficiently, wasting money left and right. And to be clear, we have put in not one but two buffers just to encapsulate what we're talking about here. If you take away the buffers that we gave them, this number is probably approaching $800 million that we've identified as excessive and wasteful spending. So your local governments over the next 12 months or so are going to wage a campaign. They're going to spend your own tax dollars against you. I want you to remember this. Every time a local government comes out and says that we cannot cut something because of whatever reason, that person is being paid by government to effectively lobby against you guys.
That was the CFO speaking in that news conference yesterday. Certainly more to come on that. We know when he was in Orange County, given those results maybe a couple of weeks ago, talking about some of what he found there, he said it was still a few weeks away from the results of those actual detailed reports. So we will see what comes from that. Well, it is shaping up to be a fun weekend in Altamont Springs because on Saturday, a big event is coming in. It is the Red Bull Tandem roller coaster event going on at Cranes Roost Park on Saturday, where folks will go down and compete along a course on the water there, riding tandem bicycles over an obstacle course. A lot of fun. There have been 30 teams that were chosen from more than 300 applications for that competition. They're going to be riding those custom roller coaster themed tandem bicycles, and it's a 300-foot obstacle course over the water. They have drops as high as 6 feet, so it's certainly not going to be easy, but it is going to be entertaining, and it's also expected to be a big impact. I mean, this is the first time this is coming to the United States. It's coming here to Florida, and Greater Orlando Sports Commission President and CEO Jason Siegel was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about the economic impacts of an event like this.
Thanks for having us.
This is a blast.
Yeah.
Okay, so this event has obviously gone on in other places. It's coming here. What do you want the people at home to know about this?
Listen, this is a great event, big fun event. We expect people, from all over the state of Florida, maybe to travel in and be part of it. Maybe 30,000 spectators at Cranes Roost, City of Altamont. Great job by Pat Bates, Mayor Bates, and her team. But big fun event. Dwight Howard's going to be one of our guest judges.
Amazing.
So that's exciting. A lot of Red Bull athletes will be in attendance. And it's one of those Instagrammable, social media, like big, fun events. And Red Bull does an incredible job with it.
I love it. How many teams overall are going to try this? Do we know how many?
So 300 teams applied,
okay.
And 30 were selected. Wow. And they've got to dress up and decorate their bike and then try to stay out of the water. But best of show, it'll be really cool.
But them ending up the water is probably one of the funniest parts of this whole thing.
No
right?
doubt.
I mean, it's for fun.
You see the video. I mean, it's a little bit outrageous, but that's Red Bull, right? They do. They have a flying event they've done in Tampa. This is actually the very first time they're doing this event here in the United States. So we're super proud that it's going to be in Seminole County, and great job by all the Seminole County Board of Directors and their tourism folks, Guy Kuna and Danny Trossett, and so many other good people who have done a great job recruiting this big event here to Altamont.
Oh, I love it, and I hope it comes back again and again. Okay, so we already know that Cranes Roost can hold a huge crowd because they have Red Hot and Boom there.
Oh, yeah.
So does it cost anything to get in if you want to watch?
No, free to the public. Gates open at 10. They'll start bringing people onto the set, because it's clearly made for television, made for social media, and they'll start bringing everybody in. Free parking, it's free admission. We're expecting a really big crowd.
You mentioned there will be judging, so Dwight Howard will be a judge. So what are they judging on? Is it based on like creativity, or if you just make it across?
It is. It's a combination of making it across, creativity. So because you can do a big setup for your bike and really deck it out. Chances are you're going to wind up in the water, or you can be a little bit more aerodynamic. You can do a lot of different things. Plus, everybody is usually dressed up. A lot of local celebrities celebrities in the media, I hear, have teams. They've been selected as finalists, so I think you're going to see a few familiar faces riding those bikes.
Might recognize some people. And then as far as parking, all that good stuff, just like you would with Red Hot and Boom, right? You just go there, find your spot.
Yeah, right to the mall.
Get there early.
Yeah, I would imagine that with that many people coming, you're going to have folks coming early, parking, which is great because they'll go to the establishments and hit the breakfast spots and restaurants, and it'll be great for the community and awesome for Seminole County.
It's perfect. We're so excited about this. It's going to be a lot of fun. We will be there, of course, to get video, and we'll be showing it to you throughout the weekend. Jason Siegel, is there a big prize at the end of this? What if you win? What do you get? Is it just bragging rights?
I think it's a lot of bragging rights, maybe a trophy or two, but all good stuff.
Your supply of Red Bull, maybe.
There
you go. I'm sure that's part of it.
Going to be a lot of fun. Going to be a lot of people out there. It is certainly something to see. Well, keep it right here on Fox Local. We've got more to come after this. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. You've heard the sound bites this week, all talking about Tylenol and the risks versus what the White House and the Trump administration believes could be potential links to autism. Well, we're diving deeper today, and Fox 35's Marie Ettinger had the chance to speak with Dr. Michael Sparks, who's a family medicine physician, and he broke down the risks versus the benefits and what people need to know.
You know, it's interesting. In medicine all the time, things change, right? We can be really confident in what we tell patients, and 5 years later, we get some new randomized controlled trial that comes out, and it warrants us reinvestigating it, looking at it, and changing how we practice. Sometimes it's not new data, though. Sometimes it's data that's just kind of been relooked at. And is it a different conclusion? Well, that's where things get more challenging sometimes. And so I'm always a fan of data. You know, the more data that we have, the better decisions we can make. Absolutely. This in particular, it's challenging. We have our health organizations, our major medical groups like ACOG and all these other ones who have released statements saying absolutely not, the data is completely safe. We should continue doing exactly what we're doing. And then we have our government agencies that should be guiding us as well, telling us something different, saying, hey, this is probably dangerous. We should probably change what we're doing.
So this one, I think the hang up I have with it is kind of as you said, if there is a review of these 46 studies that says like, hey, there could be an issue here, then of course it's worth looking at.
Absolutely.
It's just that as you stated, that data is not new and has been looked at.
Correct. Yeah.
So I'm wondering how it impacts what you would tell patients.
Yeah. So I think the best counseling point is, look, we have data that says this is a very safe thing to do. We have data that says maybe there's a question here. We have to kind of individualize that to the person in front of us. If the patient is just like, hey, I want to take Tylenol, yeah, there's this maybe asterisk to that conversation of like, look, there's some suggestion, maybe there's an association here. There's other data that says no, there's no association. If the patient has a massive fever, we know that that causes direct harm to a growing fetus. And in that case, we definitely have to weigh those risks versus benefits. Doing nothing, avoiding Tylenol in that situation is dangerous. There's clear data that that's a definite dangerous decision. And so it really depends on that indication. Are we taking it because we have a very low grade fever? Well, there's other things we could do. We don't necessarily even have to have the conversation on is there a question of risk, because we could do cooling measures, we could rest, we could hydrate, we could do all those other things that we know are also effective at managing a very low grade fever.
I also read today that so Tylenol is used for treating fever and pain.
Yeah.
I read that an expecting mother being in pain can also have effects on the fetus.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's true. There's a lot of associations, both fever and pain. Preterm delivery, complications during pregnancy, those are very real risks that fever and pain can be associated with. So it's not quite as simple as just saying, hey, let's avoid smoking while we're pregnant. There's no benefit to smoking while we're pregnant. There are benefits in the situation of Tylenol during pregnancy as well. But like all things in medicine, really, we should use the lowest dose for the shortest amount of time possible, and only when absolutely necessary. If any of those points aren't really true, we don't want to overdo it. I think the challenge in this data is that there's not a clear, hey, 500 milligrams a day is a problem. There's no clear cut how much. And part of that's just because of how this data has been collected. It's looking back. It's not a randomized controlled trial of saying, hey, we gave this mom 500 milligrams of Tylenol, of acetaminophen every day. We gave this mom none. Here are the differences. We just can't do that. Ethically, that's not a trial that we can proceed with. And that's great that we have those sort of ethical boundaries. But that puts us in the situation now of saying, how much is too much? That question's not answered anywhere in the data set. How much acetaminophen did mom take? At what stage of pregnancy? Were we talking first trimester? Are we talking third trimester? Was it 325 milligrams? Was it 1,000? Was it every day for weeks? Was it one single exposure? All of those things certainly make a difference when it comes to what that impact is to the growing fetus.
I also could not find that. I was kind of hoping that there were like internal doctors.
Yeah, it'd be great. I really wish. It would really help. And that's when you look at these, a lot of these have been like retrospective studies where they're asking, how much Tylenol, did you take Tylenol during pregnancy? And it's a self-recall, which that data set then is not perfect. There's lots of bias that creates within that. We just don't simply remember whether we did or not. We don't remember how much we took. So the answers we get in that data they're just not perfect, unfortunately. There's been other studies that have been, sibling controlled. There was one in Sweden that I'm sure you looked into that, a huge trial that when controlled for siblings. So now you can erase some of those confounding things like genetics or other maternal conditions like migraines or other high blood pressure related things. When you control through siblings, the effect of Tylenol as kind of a cause and effect, let me rephrase that. The acetaminophen as a cause and effect relationship just kind of disappeared. It didn't hold true at that point. So that's really encouraging data that, tells a pregnant woman, hey, it's probably okay for you to use Tylenol. But on the other hand, we have this other trial that says, hey, we looked at all these, this review that looked at all these studies and says, hey, there's a suggestion of harm here. How do you kind of rectify those two things? And right now we're stuck with there's not a perfect, perfect answer at telling, the pregnant patient, hey, everything is totally fine. Don't worry about all that data. Close your ears. Just take what I'm telling you. Those are all dangerous things to say too, though, because that just breeds mistrust as well.
Acetaminophen is the only pain medication that doctors, health organizations, the FDA, et cetera, say is safe for pregnant women. What makes it safe as compared with other medications?
Yeah, so it's a good question. So in the pregnant state, using things like NSAID, so using ibuprofen, naproxen, that type of medication does have very real harm, very documented. There's no debate or question about that. It can cause heart problems for the growing fetus, and it can also cause kidney problems depending on kind of where we are in pregnancy. So it's not as easy as saying, hey, there's this other option, we can take ibuprofen instead. When we look at a statement that comes out saying, hey, acetaminophen might not be a safe choice, part of the concern that we have as physicians as well is, what is that going to make folks do? What else are they going to grab for over the counter instead now, without knowing that those are also very risky, very well documented risks, way higher risks. So that's kind of the other concern here too. Every kind of organization tells you, yeah, pain, fever, the only way we can manage that during pregnancy with a medication is acetaminophen, because it's largely been proven to be safe through numerous trials previously.
When we're talking about causality for autism, genetics is one, which
Yeah.
I brought up earlier. Are there any other known causalities?
Yeah, so it's a good question. That is a huge unanswered question. We suspect there's probably this component of genetics, there's probably a component of environmental factors as well. And you get the perfect storm of those things that mix together, and that probably sets off this stream of neurodevelopmental challenges and changes. That has not been perfectly answered, and that's what leaves room for other suggestions for us to say, hey, is there something else that's causing this? There's no debate that the rate of autism diagnosis has increased. You could look at it from a question of, is it because we're diagnosing it better, because our definition has changed? Sure, those things certainly contribute to that. Is that the only reason that it's increasing? We don't have a perfect answer there, and nobody wants to say I don't know. Unfortunately, just human nature, medicine in general, and no one wants to say I don't know. We want to be able to come up with an answer, and so we look for things that answer that question. Until we have a perfect answer, and we may never have that perfect answer, but until we do, there's always going to be this idea of, hey, what about this? Does this explain why we're experiencing that? And I think that's where acetaminophen comes into this. There's some question in some data sets that maybe there's a direct causation. In other data sets, better quality data, that disappears. But there's still these other data sets that present that question, and for the average patient, they're going to be concerned about that.
What's autism?
Yeah, exactly. That is a fantastic question. That it depends on who you ask. The definition has changed so much over time, but really you could think of it as a neurodevelopmental disorder. So that chemistry, if you will, of the brain's not developed the way that we want, and creates this set of physical symptoms later on in life. The challenge is there's no blood test, right? It's not like we can, take a small sample from a child at birth and say, you have autism. We don't make that diagnosis until later in life, which now when you're making that diagnosis, trying to look back at, well, what could have caused this becomes more challenging. The time frame of now knowing that this is the diagnosis that this child has, you're now looking back over, years of what could have happened.
Okay, so the idea would then be during fetal development, something happens for some reason
Right.
that causes developmental disorder that later leads to a variety of symptoms. Which
Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. And so that question is, when does that, in medicine we call these things insults sometimes, when does that insult occur to the developing brain? Is it during first trimester? Is it during second? Is it during third? Is there some contribution of environmental factors after birth even? And that's what makes some of these conditions a little bit harder to narrow down exactly when that occurs. So you take pregnancy and you take this whole 9-month period of time and say, yes, mom took Tylenol, but when? Was it every day for the first trimester and the offspring now has a diagnosis of autism later in life? Did mom take one single dose of Tylenol? Did mom take it in the third trimester? When was that exposure as well? Because then that helps to either rule in or rule out that sort of causation as well.
What are things that we haven't talked about that you thought we would, or that you would
Yeah.
really want people to know?
Yeah, I think probably the most important part to the story is that while we have a press conference release of this data, it's important to note that the FDA also posted a letter to physicians and also posted a statement on their website as a press release that states that while there's this suggestion that there may be some relationship here between acetaminophen and an autism diagnosis, there's also plenty of data that suggests there's no cause and effect relationship. And like I always tell everyone, they make the same statement that this is a conversation that should be had. We have to personalize for who's in front of us. Everything is risk versus benefit. And so an untreated fever is an absolute risk to a developing fetus. There's no question about that data. So like all good things, you just got to have a conversation with your doctor to get that personalized, for your situation, what's going on.
Well, let's give you a live look at the White House right now, where President Trump has been meeting with the Turkish president earlier today. We brought you his arrival and some of their Oval Office meeting live earlier here on Fox 35 News Plus. We expect the Turkish president to be departing soon. President also expected to sign some executive orders this afternoon as well. Well, keep it right here on Fox Local. We've got much more to come in the next hour. Our TV audience going to join us here in just a couple of minutes. We're going to step aside, take a quick break. We'll be back at the top of the hour with Florida Live. So keep it here. We've got much more news, weather, and sports coming up on the other side of this break.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and if you're joining us now on Fox 35, we appreciate it. We got a lot to get to and we're going to go ahead and jump right in by tracking the tropics because there's a lot to talk about there. And so joining me live now in our streaming studio is Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard. And Laurel, we appreciate you joining us. I know you just got the kind of afternoon update from the National Hurricane Center.
Yes, we did. So there's a lot kind of happening. It's a very tricky forecast, and we'll kind of go into it a little bit because we kind of have two systems right next to each other, and they could absolutely play a role in how this forecast kind of plays out and if we're going to get slammed on the East Coast or not. So it's going to be a very tricky, almost kind of like a wait and see forecast, but I think we're kind of starting to get the pieces together of how this could play out in the future.
All right, so take us through kind of what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's just start with the basics. Right now we're keeping an eye on Humberto. This became a tropical storm about this time yesterday, actually at the 5 p.m. hour yesterday, and right now it's holding about 50-mile-per-hour winds, seeing that tropical storm strength right now, and it's expected to continue to make its way off to the northwest. And something that we're going to be seeing here, right now it's in an area of very high wind shear. So we're seeing like kind of this slow development kind of happening. Wind shear is when wind directions kind of move at two different layers of the atmosphere. And when that's on the higher side, something tropical can't really form and kind of get that abscess going. But we're going to continue to see this development. It's going to be a pretty quick development too. We're going to go from a tropical storm basically to a Cat 3 storm in about 24 hours. So that's something that we're going to be focusing in on, especially as we take a look at the first half of the weekend. Second half of the weekend is when we're going to be focusing in on the secondary system that we're also tracking, which is right now Invest 94L. We'll get to that in a second. But let's take a look at the tracking right now. These are the latest models, each of those kind of purple magenta lines that you can see right there on your screen. That's in each individual model track where it takes this storm. Most of them take it away from the U.S. Let's keep it that way. You can see the cone kind of follows the majority of those models as well. So fingers crossed that kind of plays that role as we continue to see Humberto strengthen. This is the second system that we're watching. And again, you can kind of see it's in pretty close proximity to this tropical storm Humberto right now. And that could play a role in something a little bit later on, especially as we're taking a look at the back half of the weekend. So here's the latest. This is from, again, this is the 2 p.m. update, fresh off the top of the hour right here. We can see gusty winds and heavy rain right now in the Dominican Republic, Turks and Caicos, and this is what's going to continue to make its way north. So a tropical depression is expected as the system kind of moves over the Bahamas, tapping into that warmer water, getting into an area of less wind shear, and we're going to be watching this carefully because this could get close to Florida. Maybe not direct impacts, but we're going to be watching this very carefully over the next couple of days. And you can see how close this system is to the other system. And usually when we see two low pressure systems within close proximity, usually within right around 850 miles about, these systems kind of feed off each other. So we're going to get into a little bit of the nitty-gritty science here. This is something called the Fujiwara effect, and this was founded by a Japanese meteorologist back in 1921, and there are really three outcomes to this Fujiwara effect. When we have a system that's significantly stronger than another system that's, again, right side by side with each other, usually the stronger system kind of absorbs the weaker system. So that's kind of one scenario that we could see when we see this Fujiwara effect kind of in play. We can also see this orbiting effect. So when we kind of have two equally strength systems right around 850 miles away from each other, we can kind of see them do a little bit of a dance kind of around this center fixed point. And you can see our little icons kind of doing a little bit of a dance around each other right there. But we can also see this other impact as well, which is a total path change. You can kind of feed off the rotation. It's almost like tops doing like a little orbit around each other. And we can see these systems kind of do a little bit of a dance and then totally switch directions, almost like a boomerang, kind of getting slung into the air. So we're going to continue to monitor this because we definitely could be seeing this over the next couple of days. So Garrett, we'll talk about a model in a second, but overall, we're going to be watching this very closely because here's one of the models that we're going to be watching. This could definitely make landfall as what's expected right now with the models. And again, things can change quite a bit, but areas especially across the mid-Atlantic coast may be in a little bit of trouble.
You talk about the Fujiwara effect and how those two different systems kind of interact with each other. What determines kind of what outcome wins out?
Really just watching the models, and it's going to really play a role because right now we're talking about a system that's formed and then a system that isn't fully there yet. So it's kind of starting to get that little bit of that push into that tropical storm strength, but it's not quite there yet. So it doesn't have that circulation. So right now we're just kind of talking about a cluster of thunderstorms that's very disorganized versus now an organized system. So once both of those systems kind of start to get going, and we'll take a look at a model in a second, what we're seeing right now is one system is going to be significantly stronger than another one. And as both of those systems continue to strengthen, that's when they're going to play a little bit of a role in each other.
All right, interesting to see. Interesting to see that on the kind of future radar as well. Now take us through some of these models.
Yeah, and actually going back to what you were saying, we kind of saw this with, I believe it was Helene or Milton, one of the two, as it made its way. I think it was Helene. We saw it kind of get wrapped up in this big low pressure system that was kind of coming across the way. So if you kind of remember this term being thrown around a little bit about this time last year, you're absolutely right. But this is where it's going to be pretty prevalent of where this system could go. And again, because the system is just starting to gain a little bit of strength, things could change very drastically. And we can see, again, here's what the models are saying right now. It's going to continue to make this northerly path, and then from there, it could kind of go anywhere. And it really all impacts how it's going to be interacting with this system, Humberto. But where we could be seeing the most threats right now with this possibility of what could be Imelda, we could be seeing a very brush by the coast of what we can see right here. But really the main threat is going to be up towards the Carolina coastline and maybe even up to Virginia Beach, but growing concern there for now because that's what the models are currently tracking. Let's focus here in Florida and then we'll take a bigger picture. For us, we're expecting the worst of the weather Sunday and Monday. We could be seeing some kind of rounds of showers, 25 to 35, even up to 45-mile-per-hour winds, especially along the East Coast, and rip currents are going to be extremely dangerous through the next half of the weekend. So again, Sunday through about Tuesday, life-threatening surf. So if you do have any beach plans, definitely stay out of the water. So here's the model, Garrett. I know this is what you were looking for. As we head into about Sunday, this is when we could be seeing not only tracking Humberto, which is going to most likely get up to hurricane strength by the weekend, we're also going to be tracking the possibility for Tropical Storm Imelda making its way up the East Coast. And again, this is going to be out in the Bahamas, not as close to Miami as originally expected, but we could be seeing a pretty close brush pass because again, you can kind of see those lines, those solid white lines starting to connect, and that's that Fujiwara effect is what we were talking about. Those systems kind of both feeding off the rotation of each other, and this is when we could be seeing the possibility of one of those systems being almost influenced by the other. And again, what we're seeing right here is a strong Humberto off to the east, and then to the west we have a weaker Imelda. So we could be seeing the possibility of those two storms kind of feeding off each other, and as Humberto kind of makes its way further off to the northwest, it could even push Imelda further west as well, most likely impacting the Carolinas. So it's almost quite literally these two systems are magnets. They can't touch, but they can be pushed and kind of repelled against each other. And that might be the interaction of what we can be seeing, taking a look a little bit later on in the weekend. But for us right now, gusty winds, life-threatening surf is what we could be seeing, especially for the back half of the weekend.
Especially if you're in the Carolinas, that's kind of concerning to see because, just a couple days out and still not necessarily knowing what the impacts would be because it's going to depend so much on that other system.
Exactly, and it's going to most likely be a pretty close call for us. We could be seeing some of those outer bands maybe, for especially along the East Coast, but Central Florida, probably it's going to be a pleasant day, on the breezy side, but it's quite literally going to be the tale of two Floridas of what we could be seeing versus Central Florida, and then 30 miles off to the east, we could be seeing a totally different story.
Wow. And so just something to be aware of and continue to watch out for. I know you guys are tracking this constantly with all these model runs and everything, so we appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've had the little bit of a close call last year of not getting to the grocery store quick enough. Maybe this might be a good idea for you to probably head to the grocery store, top off that emergency kit, make sure your house is ready to go, kind of use this as a little bit of a trial run for when we do maybe find ourselves in a little bit more of a serious situation, because hurricane season still alive and well.
Yeah, still a ways to go, and if this is any indication, we're really starting to see things ramp up.
Yeah, for sure. So it's going to get busy, and especially models are kind of looking at October. Things could even get a little bit more busy.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us.
Happy to be here.
As we go to break here on Florida Live, we will give you this live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. We'll be right back with more in 2 minutes. A live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera on this Thursday afternoon. And in fact, be careful out there. You can see some of those spots where we could see some of those rip currents. You can actually see some of that in the break in the surf there. So certainly something to be aware of, like we were just talking about with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard. Well, welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer, thanks for joining us this afternoon here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. It is time now for our Tampa connection. And for that, we go to Fox 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now from the Fox 13 Tampa Bay newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Today we're going to start in Valrico with a disturbing story about a mother who is accused of trying to kill her 3 children. Now, this happened last night, and this woman, she is actually accused of trying to drown her 3 children and herself after going on live stream and doing this live stream tirade about her doubts on how she is handling motherhood. Now, according to court documents, Shanice Willingham got into an argument over the phone with the father of her children. Those children are ages 3, 2, and 8 months. Now, her mother told her to calm down and take the kids outside for a bit. Instead, she called that man back and told him to come get the kids. When he refused, she loaded up the kids in a wagon and took them to the neighborhood pool while posting a live story on Instagram. Now, in this video, she was telling everybody this was her last goodbye and that she could not take it anymore. And she also said she loved her kids so much, but she could not leave them behind because no one can take care of them and they would be safe with God. She then entered the secured pool area by lifting her children over the fences. And while in that area, Willingham called her mother on FaceTime, told her mother that she loved her, and then she turned the camera around to show her mother that she was at the pool. Now, according to court documents, Willingham sat on the side of the pool and used a rope to tie her and her children together so that they could all be bound after entering that swimming pool. Records state that neither Willingham nor any of her children knows how to swim. And when she saw a white SUV pull into the parking lot, those court documents state that she pushed all 3 children and herself into that swimming pool in an attempt to kill herself as well as those kids. Now, Willingham and her kids were found submerged in the water in the deep end of the pool that was about 6 feet deep. And witnesses told investigators that they saw Willingham throw the children into the pool before she went into the swimming pool. A witness jumped those locked fences, entered the pool, and was able to rescue the 2 toddlers and their mother. Another witness was able to get into that pool and rescue the 8-month-old little girl from the water. Investigators say that Willingham admitted to wanting to end her life and kill her children at the same time by using the rope that had been attached to one of those life rings. She used that to tie to her and her children so that they could all drown together. Now, it is unclear what, if any, injuries the children suffered during this experience. Willingham has been charged with 3 counts of attempted murder, and she is expected to make her first court appearance sometime within the next few minutes here. Garrett?
Gosh, disturbing details, but I will tell you what, certainly thankful that there were witnesses around, that they were able to be there and rescue those kids.
Yes. If those witnesses hadn't been there, if that white SUV hadn't pulled into the parking lot at that exact time and saw what was going on and saw her tied to these children and go over into the pool, this could have been a much different story.
Wow. Yeah, no doubt about that. Our second story in the Tampa connection, and that's a kidnapping suspect who turned himself in.
Yeah, that's right. This kidnapping actually happened on September 1st in St. Petersburg. And the man who's accused of kidnapping his ex-girlfriend, he turned himself in after a little more than 3 weeks on the run. Now, police said that Jayana Clark was arguing with a man in the parking lot of an apartment complex around 7:30 in the morning on September 1st. That man was later identified as Javante Bell. Police say he forced her into her own car and drove off, hitting 2 parked vehicles before heading north on US 19. Investigators said that they were concerned for Clark's safety because that man who drove off with her, at the time they didn't know it, but they thought that it could possibly be her former boyfriend. Now, police later said that they found Clark's Nissan Altima on Ulmerton Road, and they believe that she and Bell were in a different dark sedan. Now, the next morning, police said Clark called them from a location in Clearwater, and officers were able to take her home. Police did confirm that Clark is the same woman who was reported missing by the Hillsboro County Sheriff's Office back in July of 2024. That time, she was found after more than 18 hours of searching with the assistance of the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. Detectives said that she was found unharmed and with Bell. Again, this was in July of 2024. At that time, he was arrested on multiple charges, including armed kidnapping. Now, officers, they had been searching for Bell since September 1st. Again, he did turn himself into police early this morning and has been charged with kidnapping, carjacking, and aggravated stalking. Garrett?
And Nancy as well, also tracking another story out of St. Pete where following up on these high water bills that I think we've talked about before in the Tampa connection here.
Yeah, we've talked about this, I believe, at least one time, probably several times, about some St. Petersburg residents who are getting astronomically high water bills. And we've just learned that this is still going on months after the city said that it had been rectified. Now, we talked to one woman. She has lived in her childhood home for years, and normally her water bill is about $79. But that all changed in February when she opened a bill for $2,200, and that bill alleged that she used more than 130,000 gallons of water. That's enough water to fill up a residential swimming pool at least 5 times. Now, a city inspector had her conduct a dye test to check for leaks, and none were found. A city worker also came to investigate but couldn't explain this astronomical charge. And despite the indication that she had a misread, her fight has dragged on for 10 months. The bill continues to arrive, and the city even shut off the water once. Now she pays $279 a month plus late fees just to keep her water service on, hoping that she will eventually be reimbursed. Now, city data shows that from September 2024 to February 2025, there were nearly 7,000
7,000 water bill adjustments, including 3,285 due to meter overreads. Now, despite hiring outside auditors in March, the city said that they still don't know what's causing the problem. Administrators told Fox 13 that auditors identified errors, but they were unable to find the root cause. City data shows that from September of 2024 to February 2025, again, there were nearly 7,000 water bill adjustments. Now, Fox 13 has reached out to the city of St. Petersburg and the mayor's office for comment, as well as to get a copy of that audit. Now, separately, the State Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, as we know it, has requested utility records as part of its own broader audit of the city's finances. But as of right now, Garrett, it is unclear when either investigation will be completed.
Wow, and this has gone on for a while already. I'm sure those residents are ready for things to be completed.
Yes, they're definitely ready for things to be completed and hopefully be reimbursed, because some of them, as the woman we spoke to, have been paying these overcharges. They've been paying these astronomical fees, so they are hoping to be reimbursed and not see a water bill that high ever again.
Right. Well, and wrapping up our Tampa connection here with a woman making a very personal donation in Polk County.
Yes, that's right. A woman who lost her husband, she was able to donate his pacemaker to a veterinary's office. Last week, Dawn Wolf mailed her late husband's pacemaker to Blue Pearl Pet Hospital in Tampa, along with a note saying it was to help a fur baby in need. Now, pacemakers help regulate human heart rhythms. Once a person passes away or chooses to upgrade their pacemaker, that device can sometimes be reused to restore an animal's heartbeat. Now, a cardiologist and critical care specialist at Blue Pearl said that having that pacemaker is sometimes the only way that they can provide a surgery. Pacemakers can treat atrioventricular blocks in pets, a condition where the heart's top and bottom chambers stop communicating properly. Now, symptoms can range from fainting and collapsing to no symptoms at all. The device is implanted in dogs and cats the same way it is implanted in humans, and some pets have even lived long enough to need a second battery replacement. Garrett?
Well, I tell you what a great way to keep alive the memory of someone who, according to those pictures we saw just a minute ago, very clearly an animal lover.
Yeah, it's definitely a great way to keep their memory alive.
Well, Fox 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and as we do so, give you a live look at Lake Ferry view from our Grills Lakeside camera in Orlando. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. A live look right now at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Texas. This in Dallas, where we expect an update shortly on the shooting at the ICE facility yesterday. So we will be monitoring that. We will try to bring that to you live if we can here on Florida Live. Meanwhile, here in Central Florida, CFO Blaise Ingoglia speaking right now at in Alachua County, where he is continuing his tour around the state looking at local government spending. He spoke yesterday in Hillsboro County. He's been in Orange County. Yesterday when he was in Hillsboro County, he talked about the three governments that he's kind of released these numbers on, which is the city of Jacksonville, Hillsboro County, and Orange County. And what he says, $670 million between those three governments of excessive and wasteful spending. Well, he's in Alachua County today speaking right now. Let's go ahead and listen in and see what he says his Doge teams have uncovered there.
The great state of Florida, making sure that we are making the case that property taxes have risen to the point where it's starting to affect everyday Americans. And we have been doing this with the eye to put a 2026 constitutional ballot on amendment on the ballot so people can vote for property tax relief. Now, the sad state of affairs is that what we are seeing right now is the same thing that we saw in the mid-2000s. Back then, we had a rise in property values with a corresponding rise in property taxes, so much that it helped spawn the Tea Party years of 2010, when we saw wholesale changes in government and looked for some fiscal accountability. During that time, the people of the great state of Florida said that we have had enough with the overtaxing and the overspending, and they voted themselves in an additional homestead exemption. Right now, the homestead exemption that we have currently due to those 2010 reforms are outdated. So just to lay the predicate here, when the original homestead went into effect way back when, we had the original $25,000 homestead exemption. Back then, the average home in the state of Florida was around $75,000. So it shielded about a third of your home from taxation. So through the constitutional amendment that we have now, the current exemption looks a little like this. The first $25,000 of your home is exempt. The next $25,000 of your home is taxed. And the third $25,000 is exempt, but there's an exemption from the exemption. Once you put it all together, you have about $39,000, maybe $40,000 worth of property tax exemptions. Fortunately, that is only shielding about 9% of your home from property taxation. Now, that becomes a problem because the current system is outdated, and that's why many of you are feeling the pinch of high property taxes. But that is just a symptom of a much larger problem, is that local governments are taking your money and they are wasting it. They're wasting it to a point where everyday families are starting to feel it, and housing affordability is being one of the big issues that we face in the state right now. We want people to move to the great state of Florida, but we also do not want to turn Florida into New York. And property taxes, unfortunately, are reaching the level where it's similar to New York and New Jersey. And a lot of it is because local governments are taking this money and expanding local governments beyond anyone's wildest dreams. It's unfortunate to say that almost every municipality and county in the state of Florida, their general fund budget, that portion of the budget that is funded by your property taxes, has risen in between 60 to 120% over the past 5 years. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to go over some high-level spending trends for Alachua County. Now, I'm going to preface this by saying that Alachua County, the way they spend their money is a little bit different, and their revenue sources is a little bit different than what we've seen in other counties. So it's sort of weird to go through their books, but we think we have a handle on at least the spending problem that we see here in Alachua County. So the high-level spending information is going to show you just how much they are spending, how much we think that they are excessively spending, and that there is room to cut. Now, these are high-level spending numbers. The specific numbers of specific instances of what they're spending on, which is probably not a good use of taxpayer dollars, that will be outlined in the DOJ reports. Those reports will come out relatively soon from the office from the governor's office. Now, I will tell you, I was in a meeting this morning, and I have seen some of the things that your local government is spending money on, and I can assure you that I think the taxpayers would be very unhappy with what they are spending the money on. So property taxes have skyrocketed. People are demanding property tax relief. I can tell by a lot of shaking heads right here is that most of your locals here are also feeling the pinch of high property taxes, and it is putting a strain on the budgets of hard-working families. You know, last week I was in, or 2 weeks ago, I was in Orange County and I was in Jacksonville County to highlight that they have hundreds of millions of dollars themselves in what we are classifying as wasteful and excessive spending. And I will tell you that they are doing everything that they possibly can to try to defend that spending. But once you go through the numbers and you start realizing our methodology and how we come to this, there's no defending those budgets. Now, as you can see right here,
we want to get you now to this news conference in Dallas. They just finished doing some introductions. Now let's go ahead and listen in as they give an update on the shooting at a Dallas ICE facility yesterday.
We have suffered violent attacks and threats at ICE facilities. First, you'll recall July 4th, 2024, the violent attack on the Prairieland facility in Alvarado, Texas. The second occurred on August 25th, 2024, when Bratton Dean Wilkinson, who stands charged by federal complaint, pretended to have a bomb. He showed up at the ICE facility with a backpack and something that looked like a detonator on his wrist and threatened the facility. Third, of course, is yesterday's attack, September 24th, 2025, when the Dallas ICE facility was riddled with gunfire, costing the life of one detainee and injuring 2 other detainees critically. Initially, I want to commend the cooperation of the Dallas Police Department, the Dallas County Sheriff's Office, the FBI, the ATF, ICE, and HSI for their swift and decisive response to this crime. Members of these agencies quickly secured the scene and the evidence and worked tirelessly to determine any continuing threat. Due to their efforts, it did not take long to ascertain the identity of the shooter, who was deceased by a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and that he very likely acted alone. His name is Joshua Yan, 29, of Fairview, Texas. Let me just review a very brief summary of the timeline of yesterday's attack. We believe at some point around 3 o'clock in the morning that the suspect was seen driving on footage with a large ladder on his car. And we believe that that is what he used to position himself on top of the building. The shooting itself started at approximately 6:30 a.m. After the shooting started, Dallas Police Department arrived en masse, secured the scene. Law enforcement officers found the sniper dead. They found bullets on the rooftop, one of which was labeled with the words anti-ICE. That morning, gunshots sprayed the length of the building, the windows, and law enforcement vans that were in the Sallyport area. Detainees were struck by these bullets. 1 was killed, 2 were wounded, and both of them are undergoing treatment. Shortly thereafter, the FBI began its meticulous work at the crime scene. At the same time, we obtained and executed multiple search warrants yesterday for devices and locations associated with the sniper. FBI agents executed a search warrant at the sniper's residence yesterday and there found a collection of notes. First, I want to point out that one of these notes or papers the sniper explicitly states, "Yes, it was just me." That statement appears to be correct at this point in the investigation. Notably, these loose notes included a game plan of the attack and target areas at the facility. He called the ICE employees people showing up to collect a dirty paycheck. He wrote that he intended to maximize lethality against ICE personnel and to maximize property damage at the facility. He hoped to minimize any collateral damage or injury to the detainees and any other innocent people. It seems that he did not intend to kill the detainees or harm them. It's clear from these notes that he was targeting ICE agents and ICE personnel. The tragic irony for his evil plot here is that it was a detainee who was killed and 2 other detainees that were injured when he fired into the Sally Port. He also hoped his actions would give ICE agents real terror of being gunned down, and he did this to induce constant stress in their lives. He hoped his actions would terrorize ICE employees and interfere with their work, which he called human trafficking. And this, what he did, is the very definition of terrorism. Again, his notes reveal, yes, it was just me and my brain. And he said, good luck with the digital footprint. And of course, we take this to mean that he deleted evidence from his devices. His words were definitively anti-ICE. That said, we did not find evidence of membership in any specific group or entity, nor did he mention any specific government agency other than ICE. Among his papers, though, was a handwritten note in which, in crude words, he expressed his hatred for the federal government. Finally, I want to address the heroism of our federal agents yesterday. While under fire, ICE agents and ATF agents, who were also present in the facility's Sally Port area, worked together to remove detainees from the vans and get them to safety while the bullets were flying. These agents were heroic, clearly willing to lay down their lives to save the lives of the detainees in their custody. And that's an extremely important point to make at this point in time. I want to express my deepest appreciation for the bravery of these law enforcement officers yesterday and every single day that they go out there to keep us safe. I'll now turn it over to FBI Special Agent in charge of the Dallas Field Office, Joe Rothrock. Thank you.
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to start by thanking our acting United States Attorney, Nancy Larson, and her office for their support during this investigation. My name is Joe Rothrock, and I'm the Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Dallas Field Office. Yesterday morning, Joshua Yan carried out a targeted, ambush-style attack on law enforcement. Today, I will provide you with some updates of what we've learned through our investigation to date, to include Yan's own words in his handwritten notes. Yan specifically intended to kill ICE agents. He fired at transport vehicles carrying ICE personnel, federal agents, and detainees. He also fired multiple shots into the windows of the office building where numerous ICE employees do their jobs every day. We now know that Yan engaged in significant high degree of pre-attack planning. He searched for information about the office building and how to track ICE agents' locations. Yan also acknowledged the potential for other casualties. He knew with a high likelihood ICE detainees would be transported that morning in the exact location where he was facing from his perch on a nearby rooftop. Yan's attack did in fact result in the tragic death of one detainee and the injury to 2 other detainees. We have been able.
We're going to keep listening into this news conference. We are going to take a break here on Florida Live, but when we come back, we'll get you right back to it as we learn some new details and some new information about this shooting yesterday at a Dallas ICE facility. So we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to get you back inside this news conference going on live right now in Dallas as they give an update, officials do, on this shooting at an ICE facility yesterday. We are hearing from an ICE official right now. The latest is that one person was killed, 2 were wounded. Those were the revised numbers that came out yesterday. Officials have identified the suspect in this who was killed by a self-inflicted gunshot wound. They also talked about finding a collection of notes, including one that said, yes, it was just me. So they do believe he was acting alone. Let's go ahead and listen in as this news conference continues.
Has the integrity to shine a light on this story. Enough is enough with the harmful lies and violent rhetoric. It has to stop. The shooter used the ICE tracking apps. Anyone who creates or distributes these apps that is designed to spot, track, and locate ICE officers are well aware of the dangers that they are exposing to law enforcement. It's a casting call to invite bad actors to attack law enforcement officers. It's no different than giving a hitman the location of their intended target, and this is exactly what we saw happen in Dallas yesterday. The media has been amplifying these apps even as we warned them it would only lead to more attacks on law enforcement. We truly wish we didn't have to say, I told you so, but here we are. ICE continues to prioritize the safety and security of our personnel, detained aliens, and facilities. We will do everything possible to increase security to counter the increased wave of these lethal attacks. Again, we call on those who foment violence and vilify our law enforcement officers to cease the dangerous rhetoric. We also call on law-abiding Americans everywhere to report any suspicious activity. The individual that was out there yesterday shooting at our agents and our officers was trying to take the lives of law enforcement people doing their job. Instead, he killed a detainee and shot 2 others. That is something that's unacceptable. The rhetoric that's out there on social media, the rhetoric that is being said by some community leaders in other states needs to stop. There's been an increase in violence against ICE agents, not only in Texas and Dallas, but across the country in violent protests. Again, I ask everybody, just stop. Thank you.
So we're going to open it up to questions now. So if you have a question, we'll direct it to the appropriate person. You're first up.
Sean Murphy with the Associated Press. Can you tell an estimate of how many shots were fired and how he was able to get those off so quickly with the bolt action rifle?
Yeah, so how I'll answer that at this point, again, I'll just remind you, this is an ongoing investigation. The ICE facility, the ICE office, really, it is a business office. This is where business is done on a daily basis by our partners at ICE. That is still an active crime scene. We still have personnel out there. As I mentioned earlier in my remarks, we brought in resources from San Antonio, Oklahoma City, obviously our own FBI resources here in Dallas, as well as folks from our lab, because we are going to do a thorough and exhaustive investigation and make sure that we have a full accounting of all the evidence that's at that scene. Again, those efforts are ongoing at this time. I'm going to go here real quick.
Thank you. Can you talk to us more about the detainees in the van? Were they transported to Alvarado, Texas, and what happened to them?
So you're referring to detainees that were not injured?
Correct.
Yeah.
Maybe you could give us an update on the ones that are injured, identities, nationalities.
So I won't be providing any updates at this time on the identities of the detainees that were injured. ICE has a process from notifications to consulate and to next of kin. That process is ongoing, and so we'll defer to our ICE counterparts at some point to determine when it's the right time to release that information. The other detainees remain safe. They are victims as well of this violent crime, and they are people that we are actively interviewing as part of our investigation. Right here to the front.
Matt Kyle, Bell Spring News. Ms. Larson had referenced anti-government, anti-federal government statements that Mr. Yan had made. Is there any more information y'all can release about what exactly was in those writings?
The clearest motivation for this attack are his own words. In his handwritten notes, he says, "I want to cause terror." He doesn't want to just impact the ICE agents and the law enforcement agents that were carrying out that mission yesterday. He wants to impact ICE agents and law enforcement across the country. Again, his words, cause terror for those employees across the country. We'll go over here.
Shannon Miller with NBC DFW. Any indication how long the suspect had been planning this attack?
Well, this is, again, as I referenced in my remarks, this is significant pre-planning months in advance. We know that he obtained the firearm in August. We also know that he was looking at a number of DHS facilities, and he had downloaded that information. He was looking at the apps, as my counterpart mentioned, to see where ICE agents would be. So this was not something that just occurred yesterday. It came to a conclusion yesterday, but this is something months in the making.
Priscilla Thompson with NBC Network News. From what we have heard, this person was not particularly political. Was there anything that you all have found in terms of an inciting incident that led him to commit this attack?
Unfortunately, the challenge with these mass casualty incidents is people can be motivated to violence by any number of grievances. In this case, the clearest indication of motivation are his own words. He wanted to cause terror. He wanted to harm ICE personnel. Ma'am.
This news conference continuing as the FBI takes questions. You heard him talk about the months of planning, the collection of notes that they found that included what they believe to be his motivation, including "I want to cause terror," his own words there, that suspect's words in his writings. We're going to take one more break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live, continuing to listen in as this a number of officials, including with ICE, with the FBI, with the state attorney's office, give updates on the shooting at a Dallas ICE facility yesterday, where one detainee was killed, 2 others were wounded. We're learning more about the shooting suspect who is believed to have shot himself after this incident. Let's go ahead and listen back in as this news conference continues live.
Back to you, sir.
You know, as is common in these investigations of mass casualty incidents, we are going to interview everybody we can identify that might have information about the motivations or who might have information about the pre-planning or who may have assisted in this attack. I won't be outlining every interview we conducted today, but we will be doing a thorough investigation. And again, one of the reasons we ask for additional information for the public is if there are those out there that had contact with Jan, we would like to hear from them, and we would like to gain an understanding of what their relationship was. I won't be going into details about other aspects of the investigation.
Luke Larry on WFAA. Can you expand on why you believe that he acted alone here, and can you go into it all, any activity he may have had in online forums or communities that may have influenced his action?
So again, the totality of our investigation includes interviews, canvassing areas, collecting surveillance video. We're certainly looking at his digital footprint online as well as digital devices. I'm not going to outline the details from every one of those. Again, his own words called out that he committed this act alone, and all the evidence we have to date would indicate that that's accurate.
Alex with Fox 4 News. You mentioned that the ICE facility, I believe, is still an active crime scene. Can you talk about what will happen in the coming days with that facility? Are there detainees being held there? Have they all been taken away? Is it operational as an office?
It is going to remain an active crime scene for some time. Again, we will be there as long as it takes to make sure that we've captured every piece of physical evidence.
I'm a review with the Dallas Observer. You mentioned the one bullet that was found with kind of ideological writing on it. Have any of the bullets found around the scene had any writing on them, or is it just the one?
Again, active crime scene. We're still collecting physical evidence.
Jim Chilton with ABC News. Around the crime scene, when his car was actually being towed, there was some writings on that vehicle. Can you give us a sense about what those were and how they play into your investigation?
So the vehicle was searched as part of our investigation. I don't have additional details to share with you now about any writings, but certainly if we have updates, we'll provide those in the future. Ma'am.
Ashley Killa with CNN. Y'all mentioned that he used a ladder to position himself. Did he use the ladder to get on top of the roof, or is that where he...
Yeah,
is that where his body was found?
He was found on top of a neighboring roof. We believe he used the ladder to access that roof. Sir.
David with Fox News Channel. Was suicide part of his plan all along, or was he reported by law enforcement?
His handwritten notes indicate that he did not expect to survive this event. Sir.
Kevin Reese, WFAA. A personal question, if you would dare. Can you explain to people in this climate what it's like to be an ICE agent right now?
As I had said, the ICE officers that are out there right now, you've seen them in multiple times on the news. They're out there doing their job with courage and honor. Yes, there is a heightened sense of security for everybody, not only at work, but for their families, for their loved ones, mainly because of the doxing that's going on and the violent rhetoric that people have been perpetrating.
Mr. Charles, while you're up there, can I just follow up to that question and ask, of the agents that did respond on that day, or yesterday morning, can you tell us what they were wearing at the time? Because I know sometimes ICE agents do and don't have bulletproof gear on. Can you give us an idea of how they responded, what they had on them at the time? So
they're wearing their normal gear, and it was not only ICE agents, it was ATF agents also that went out there and heroically came out and under fire went to rescue those individuals.
Have you spoken to them?
I have spoken to one of them so far, but I haven't spoken to others. They're doing okay.
All right, can you talk to us about the immigration status for those individuals who were injured? What's their immigration status going to change? Maybe perhaps even those who were in the van, vis-a-vis
The individuals that were in the van will be going through due process, and they'll go through the whole immigration proceeding. So I'm not going to go into what their status is currently.
And those who were injured?
Same thing.
All right, folks, we have time for one more question. Can you please tell us where the papers were found? Therapy role playing.
That one's for you.
So again, I'm not going to detail every aspect of the case. We did search his residence, and that is where we found the handwritten notes. And that's all the time we have for questions today. When we have more updates, we'll come back.
FBI, Department of Justice officials, ICE, detailing some of what they found in this investigation into the shooter at a Dallas ICE facility. Some of the new details today, learning from some of the writings that they found. A collection of notes saying, yes, it was just me, leading them to believe he acted alone in this. And they believe what to be his clearest motivation in some of those writings that said, quote, I want to cause terror. They believe that this suspect, Joseph Yan, had been planning this for months and ended up killing himself after firing those shots that killed one ICE detainee and wounded 2 others. We know the numbers were initially different when they first came out yesterday, but 1 detainee killed and 2 wounded. Well, thanks for joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live. We are here weekdays at 2 o'clock. We also do a lot of streaming throughout the day on Fox Local and on YouTube, and we hope you join us as well for that. So thanks for joining us, and we will see you next time.
All right, folks. Happy Thursday. It is 3 o'clock on the dot, and happy to be here on this Thursday. Now, there's a lot to get to, so we're going to kind of skip the small talk a little bit and kind of get right into it. So here's what we're looking at for today. So we are going to continue to do a little bit of audience interaction to start this off, so I'm excited about that. We're going to continue to start off with our question of the day, and here's what we're going to be doing with that. So, question of the day today, I'm excited about that. We are going to, oops. There we go, much better. Sorry if there was a little bit of reverb there, trying to figure out a couple things. But again, we're going to kind of jump right into it because, of course, we have a lot going on outside right now, and we have a lot to go on with the tropics. So right now, we are going to start off with our question of the day. Let's take a look. Here's what it is, and there's a reason behind this, and I kind of blame my mom for this one. What is your go-to coffee, tea, if you're headed to Dunkin' Donuts, Starbucks? What's your go-to order with that? I would love to know for sure. So write it in the comments. We'll show your comments up on the screen a little bit later on in the show, but definitely write in. And yeah, what is your go-to coffee and tea order? And again, I kind of have my mom to kind of blame for this question on this one because Dunkin' Donuts discontinued a couple of their famous donuts. And one of them was personally my mom's favorite and one of my favorites as well. It's the butternut donut. So it's the plain donut with the nuts on the outside. So would love to know. Write in. We are live on Fox Local. We are live on Facebook. We're live on YouTube. Love for you to get in on the fun. Also, something else that I would love everyone to do if they do have a second, our weather spotters are fantastic, and especially Joe Mathis writes in every single day from Claremont. And this is a beautiful photo that we have right here. And there's a reason for this. We're starting to see those storms really pick up out there this afternoon. Rising clouds going to be continuing to pick up. And we can see those rising clouds out there, but probably within the last half hour out there in Claremont. So if you do have any photos, definitely write them in. We would love to see them. Send us your photos. Here's that email that you can send them to us, and we'll definitely be asking for your photos a couple times during the stream. So definitely, if you do have any cool weather photos, send them to us. Try to make them timely, though. Most likely, we'll probably try to show them within the past 24 hours if they were taken. So definitely, if you do have any cool weather photos, Fox 35 Storm Team at fox.com. Definitely send us your photos if you have a second. All right, quick check. We're going to be taking a look at our radar right now because things are starting to pick up out there. We kind of have a couple things at play. So what we're going to continue to monitor, at least through the rest of the evening. Yesterday, we kind of lucked out a little bit. We didn't get too much of that rain. We're going to see it back in action again, taking a look this afternoon. So we have one sea breeze right here. We have another sea breeze kind of coming in along the East Coast and another little boundary over here. So we're going to be watching this pretty closely because where all these storms combine, that's when things are going to get pretty busy through the rest of the evening. So definitely a lot more storms out there than what we saw yesterday. So just make sure if you are heading out later on this afternoon, later on this evening, make sure you do have that rain jacket or that umbrella because you will need it. We are quite literally looking at those storms all along the I-4 corridor, and it's only going to pick up. You can already see those lightning strikes starting to pick up as those sea breezes kind of continue to collide as we head through the rest of the evening. So those rain chances going to be pretty active out there for sure. And again, if you missed our question of the day, what is your go-to coffee/tea order? And if you do have any photos, definitely send them to us, especially if you do see anything later on this afternoon. We'd love to see them. All right, tropics update. This is another half of this very busy forecast and a kind of a complex forecast that we kind of have going on. So let's break it down. Here's Tropical Storm Humberto. This is going to continue to strengthen. So right now at tropical storm strength, holding about 50 miles per hour as for the 11 a.m. update. It's going to continue to rapidly intensify to a Category 3 storm and then maybe brush along the East Coast. But luckily, this one is expected to stay offshore. But that's not the only system that we're monitoring. We can see right here, taking a look at our tropical satellite, we are not only tracking Humberto, we're also tracking another system right around 900 miles away from each other. So these two systems are in pretty close proximity, and these two are going to be interacting with one another as we head through the next couple of days, which will definitely throw a little bit of a wrench in the forecast. We'll talk a little bit more about why coming up in a few minutes, but there's something called the Fujiwara effect that is really going to be at play over the next couple of days. So for a little bit more on that, I'm going to pass it off to Brooks and Jess to kind of give a little bit of the basics before we kind of get into the nitty-gritty of the forecast and why this effect is going to be so important coming up in the next block. But for now, I'll pass it off to Jess and Brooks to kind of explain what the Fujiwara effect is. Take it away, guys.
So much for that quiet hurricane season. Now it's so busy, we've got two tropical systems that are really close together, and because of their extremely close and rare proximity to one another, there's a very interesting effect that is going to begin shortly as these two systems start to interact.
And it's very rare too, especially in the Atlantic. It happens more so in the Pacific, but it's called the Fujiwara effect.
Yeah, Fujiwara was an atmospheric scientist from Japan, and in the 1920s observed that typhoons in the Pacific, which are the same as hurricanes, will actually, when they're close together, start orbiting around an invisible common point. And in doing so, can have a very erratic and unpredictable track. And that's something we may face with these two systems.
And it just makes the forecast all the more complicated because there are a couple of different scenarios that could play out. They can kind of, orbit around each other for a little while until one becomes stronger than the other. And that's essentially what usually happens is one kind of is a little stronger and it will pull away. But regardless, it's fascinating to see just in the world of meteorology.
Yeah, and if it doesn't do a full orbit, it can do a partial orbit and essentially kind of pull a system in a direction that it normally wouldn't go based on steering currents. So to show you one of the computer models, how we've got the two low pressure centers adjacent to each other, notice the one on the left, how it kind of gets pulled offshore and then eventually a little bit absorbed, if you will. Now, it's not that two hurricanes combine to make one stronger hurricane. It's that the stronger hurricane will tend to produce an environment around itself that will dissipate, weaken, and kill the weaker one. And then once it's dead, once the circulation's dead, it'll pull in whatever remaining humidity is lingering from its original circulation.
Yeah, it honestly reminds me kind of a lot of like a lava lamp, how the globs, a larger glob will kind of pull away and then the smaller one kind of settles or morphs into another one. That's a lot of what meteorology as a whole kind of operates in the atmosphere.
Yeah, it's very interesting. If you look at black holes, they can merge into one bigger black hole. But with this situation, we've got two outcomes: absorption, as we just described, or the possibility of downright steering, as we observed earlier, between two systems in the Southwest Atlantic. So the Fujiwara effect, first identified more than a century ago, about 105, 110 years ago, and now we may see it here in the Atlantic, and well, it's already impacting the forecast track, which is very uncertain, as hurricane tracks are by default, but now there's a whole new wrench in the game.
Yeah, in true 2025 Florida fashion, that is. So, and if it happens, we'll of course let you know and give you the latest details on it, but until then, we will send it back to you.
Good stuff, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. So I see a lot of people writing in from Daytona, seeing a couple people writing in from Long Island, actually, New Smyrna Beach, all asking about this weekend. And coming up in the next block, we'll talk a little bit more about the tropics, because it's very tricky when we do take a look at that, because of that Fujiwara effect. That is really going to play a role in how these systems are going to interact and how close things are going to be pushing to the Florida coast. To be totally honest, I think we are going to be feeling some effects as we see some pretty rough rip currents, especially through the back half of the weekend. Seeing a lot of folks writing in on Daytona Beach right now. We are probably going to be seeing some pretty rough rip currents, very gusty winds, maybe some of those outer bands from this system, but we're probably not going to be seeing any direct effects. So coming up in a couple minutes, we'll talk more about that. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Alrighty, folks, welcome back. I see a lot of folks in the comments asking what the weather is going to be like this weekend, and it's really going to play a role in what we see in the tropics. But if you haven't gotten your answer in for our question of the day in yet, definitely write it in. We'll take a look at them coming up in the next block. But let's get right into the tropics. Tropical storm Humberto came up at about 5 p.m. yesterday, and right now holding 50-mile-per-hour winds. This is what's going to continue to make its way off to the northwest and could have an influence on another system that's starting to brew up. So what we can see with this system right now is rapid intensification. Right now it's kind of in an area with warm water, but it's high wind shear, which that's in the area that it's in right now. So it's going to move out of that high wind shear area. And just a reminder, wind shear is wind moving in two different directions at different layers of the atmosphere. And when we see high wind shear, tropical systems can't form. When we have low wind shear, usually it's not enough. So it's kind of that Goldilocks effect, that it can't be too high, but it can't be too low. And we're going to be pretty much seeing the prime conditions for tropical development, taking a look as we head into the start of the weekend. So over the next couple of days, we're going to be seeing this rapid intensification, possibly looking at another major hurricane, taking a look at the start of next week. Good news is most of these models and where the cone is linking right now is quite literally a replay of Erin. So we saw this system build up on the side of Africa, continue to make its way across the Atlantic, and right now it is set to pass in between Bermuda as well as the Carolina coastline. And that's what models are showing right now. It's still a little bit early, and things are going to really start to get a little bit more confident as we head through the next couple of days. But good news right now, but still might pose threat to Bermuda. So heads up if you are planning on going on a cruise in the next couple of days, especially to Bermuda. It's going to be a little bit wavy, so definitely keep an eye out for that and keep an eye on your reservations as well. Not only are we tracking Humberto, though, we're also tracking this other wave. And again, these two waves are in very close proximity to each other. So Invest 94 bringing gusty winds to the Dominican Republic and Turks and Caicos right now. A tropical depression is expected as it makes its way north towards the Bahamas. And this could be a pretty close call for us here in Florida. Not going to be seeing most likely a direct landfall here, but definitely the indirect effects of very, very rough rip currents as well as some pretty gusty winds along the beaches. So as Jess and Brooks were saying just a couple of minutes ago, that Fujiwara effect starts to kind of take place when these systems are pretty close to each other, and they're still close right now. They're about 900 miles away from each other. Usually we start to see those effects kind of start to work on both of those storms as we take a look at about 850 miles away. And we can see with this Invest 94L, most likely this system is going to be kind of tweaked a little bit with its path as it feeds off of the energy from Humberto, and most likely impact areas across the Georgia coastline and the Carolina coastline. So something that we're going to be watching very closely this weekend, but really that's just to our north. So even though we have pretty much a low concern for threats with more the direct impacts of this storm, we're still going to be seeing threats. Even though, again, we're not maybe going to be seeing the direct impacts, we're still going to be seeing impacts. So folks who are looking for weekend plans, especially along the coastline, I saw some folks writing in from New Smyrna Beach. Scott, I see you in the comments on Facebook. Joy, I see you in Daytona Beach right now looking for your weekend forecast. Here's what we're looking at. So as the system kind of follows up the Florida coastline, this system could pass probably within 200 miles. So luckily, it is starting to get a little bit more of that breathing room, but it's still going to be cutting it close. So we could be looking at squall showers, so some pretty rough bands of rain, 25 to 35 mile per hour gusts, especially along the beaches, rip currents, and rough surf. So this is what we can be looking for, especially Sunday and Monday. Saturday, we're going to be seeing a lot of rain, so probably not the best weekend to get outside, but we are going to be most likely seeing these threats Sunday and Monday as of how the forecast is kind of setting up right now. So heads up, if you do have any beach plans, do not go in the water. It is going to be really windy, and we're already starting to see rip currents from what was Gabrielle really starting to stir up. So just make sure you are being extremely careful if you do have any beach plans this weekend. But here's going to be your threats, especially taking a look Sunday into Monday. And of course, we'll have everything watched over here. So if you do have any questions, definitely reach out to us. We would be happy to answer them. So again, our threats are really going to be Sunday through Tuesday is when we should be starting to see those really rough rip currents finally start to lighten up. And for areas especially just off to our north, Carolinas, Virginia, it's probably going to be until about Wednesday where we could be seeing that. All right, let's take a look at the model. So this is the European model. This is the one that we start to use, especially when we really are seeing two systems kind of start to pick up. This one has been really accurate so far. And we'll take a look at our Fox model a little bit later on tonight when we see the most recents come in. But most likely we could be seeing Tropical Storm Imelda by the end of the weekend. And of course you can see we're also going to be tracking Humberto that's going to continue to pick up in strength. So as Imelda continues to kind of move northward, or 2B Imelda starts to move northward, this is when we could be seeing that little bit of a joint connection between these two storms. You can kind of see that little bit of a bridge right here, and that's that Fujiwara effect. When these systems get close enough, we could be seeing Humberto pretty much repel. These are kind of like magnets, so this Humberto storm could push Imelda, or what would be Imelda, further into the Carolina coastline, kind of shifting its path west as we take a look a little bit later on at the start of the work week. So this is Monday at 4 p.m. and we can kind of see that little bit of a shift change when we see the storm that's making possible landfall in the Carolinas as we take a look a little bit later on, because of this very strong storm Humberto kind of pushing it into the coast. So that's that Fujiwara effect that we were talking about, and you're probably going to hear that term quite a bit over the next couple of days. So that's what we're seeing with those two systems right here. Very, very windy weekend if you are planning along the coastline. But Hurricane Gabrielle is still kicking, and we saw this storm make its way off the coast of Africa, swing all the way pretty much close to the U.S., and then back over to Europe. So this is quite literally a tri-continental storm. So we're going to be seeing this storm possibly make a second landfall, taking a look over areas across Portugal and Spain as we take a look at the next couple of days, bringing in lots of wind, lots of rain over to Europe. So something pretty cool with that storm for sure. We're going to take a quick break in a couple seconds, but here's where we're at so far on the list. Most likely going to be having Imelda within the next couple of days. Jerry, Karen, Lorenzo coming up coming up probably most likely in October. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure. We're going to take a quick break, but if you didn't get your question in for the day so far, definitely get that in. We'll take a look at the comments coming up after the break. Stick with us.
All right, folks, welcome back. All right, so trying something new. We tried something new with the comments yesterday, and we're going to try something new today. So actually showing your comments here. Question of the day was, what is your go-to coffee and tea order? So let's actually take a look at that. Oops. Let's do here. There we go. All right, Christina Joy saying that hers is hot tea. We have Eli writing in saying that espresso is theirs. And we have a couple of comments, people writing in. We're also seeing a lot of folks writing in from all over the place. We have Scott writing in from New Smyrna. We have Joy writing in from Daytona. We have William writing in from Denellen. These folks are on Facebook. We'll start there and then we'll take a look over at YouTube. We see Christina writing in. And we also have Elaine Tovett writing in from Holbrook, Massachusetts. Checking over on YouTube right now, we have Mary writing in from Orlando, and Berlinda just saying hello. Lovely. Thanks, everyone, for joining in today. And you can see all your answers on the bottom part of the screen answering our question of the day. Let's see if we can get a couple more of those in there today. Ooh, Christina, I have yours right here. I'll put that up in 1 second. But that is one of my favorite orders as well. There we go, and you can see again all of your comments kind of rotating on the bottom. So we'll keep that up for a little while, but let's talk about your weekend because I see a lot of folks are writing in about that. So right now we are seeing a good amount of storms, and through the rest of the evening, those storms are going to be sticking with us. So it is definitely going to be a little bit more on the stormy side through the next couple of days. So definitely stick with us here because again, we are going to be seeing quite a bit of storms over the next couple of days, and those rain chances staying high through the weekend. Let's take a look at our current radar because we are seeing a good amount of storms starting to pick up, as well as those sea breezes really starting to kick into gear. Right now it looks like a special weather statement in effect for Flagler County. So let's stop this real quick. So for 3:30 p.m. Until 3:30 p.m., so a couple more minutes, we're starting to see a thunderstorm really pick up, but it should be moving off the coast as we head through the next couple of minutes. So through the rest of the afternoon, and I can already see this right here, a little bit of a meteorology lesson for everybody. We can see this is a sea breeze that's moving this way. We have a little bit of a sea breeze kind of making its way up towards Disney property, and then we kind of have a little bit of a boundary right here. So when these boundaries all collide, which is most likely going to be over Orlando, over Apopka, over Disney area, it will probably lead to a good amount of storms really starting to pick up. So heads up for that through the rest of the evening. It most likely will be on the stormy end. And no, of course, we'll have your forecast coming up at 5. But getting you set up and out the door for tomorrow, it will be humid. We're starting to see that moisture start to kick back in across the region. We can see more of those storms starting to pick up as we head through the weekend as well. And by the end of the morning, we're quite literally flirting with the upper 80s, which is where we've been kind of capped the past couple of days. And through the next couple of days as well, we're slowly going to start to see more of those storms pick up. So it's going to be a pretty rainy weekend overall. And that's not even taking a look at the tropical system that's going to be lingering just offshore. So we can see with our highs through the day tomorrow lingering throughout the low 90s. And as we do take a look at our Fox model, we're going to continue to see those storms pick up through the rest of the evening. You can see those storms kind of blossoming and then slowly starting to die down through the overnight tonight. Morning commute tomorrow should actually look pretty good. And then once we head into the back half of the day, it's kind of a rinse and repeat. We're going to see those clouds start to move in, storms start to pick up, sea breezes collide, scattered showers and thunderstorms pretty much across the area as we head through your Friday. And then things slowly going to start to cool off and die down probably at about midnight as we take a look a little bit later on in the day. That humidity is really going to be making things feel pretty toasty, especially on Friday. Slowly starting to see some drier air kick back in as we take a look Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. That heat not going to be as oppressive, but it definitely will be on the toastier side out there for sure. Here are your rain chances for the next couple of days. It's going to be high through the weekend, so unfortunately, it's not going to be a total washout of a weekend, but most folks are going to be seeing that rain. Taking a look Saturday and Sunday, slowly starting to see things a little bit more scattered. So here's why we're slowly going to actually start to see our rain chances drop. So here's our GFS model. And one thing that I didn't mention in the last block is that we kind of have a cold front kind of laced over the southeast U.S. And what this is going to do is first push in a lot of moisture. So we're going to be seeing this kind of impact our rain over the next couple of days. And then we're going to kind of see this front stall. So continuing to kind of trap some moisture in across the region. But you'll notice this is that system that we're going to be watching as we take a look at the weekend. So over here, this is what could be possible Imelda. And the good news is that this frontal boundary is going to act as a little bit of a shield. So that's kind of one of the reasons why we're pretty confident that this is not going to be leading to direct impacts for our neck of the woods, taking a look at the next couple of days. But with that, we are still going to be watching the forecast extremely carefully. And with that, here's your 7-day forecast. We are calling for impact days Sunday and Monday, and this mainly concerns the East Coast. So for folks that were writing in on Facebook, William, Christina, Joy, for those folks who are on Daytona Beach, New Smyrna Beach, it's going to be really windy, really gusty over the next couple of days, but specifically Sunday and Monday is when we're going to be seeing the impacts of that system kind of brushing up against Florida. So we can see right here, even though it's a 40 and 50% rain chance, it's going to be so windy, especially along the East Coast because of that system kind of brushing. This is when we could be seeing a little bit more of that influence kind of take hold as we take a look Sunday into Monday. So more of that possibility of rain, but luckily we slowly start to dry out as we see some drier air kick back into the region, taking a look Tuesday and Wednesday. But for now, all focus right now is on the tropics. And of course, we'll be here all weekend. TJ's got you in the morning. I got you in the evening. And if things do start to pick up a little bit, we absolutely will let you know about everything. Keep updated on not only my Facebook page, Meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, but also the rest of the Fox 35 Storm team. We will be updating on the daily to make sure you are staying safe. But even though this is not going to be most likely bringing in direct impacts, it is still a great reminder that hurricane season is alive and well, and it's still going to be on the active side, especially as we head into October. So definitely make sure you are prepared for the rest of hurricane season. It's not over yet. It's almost there, but we still got ways to go. All right, everyone. Thanks so much for joining in. We will be back here same time, same place tomorrow. Don't miss it. Have a great one.
Few days, we'll come and tow it away for free, running or not. And the proceeds greatly help U.S. veterans. So please call right now.
In 2023, Oakland lost its third major sports franchise. So that was the catalyst that brought the Oakland Ballers into fruition. Running a baseball team is like running multiple businesses in one. Gusto, taking care of the payroll and the HR aspects of that, has allowed us to focus on baseball. I'm not an HR person, I'm not a payroll person. It's helped me build HR and payroll organizations. The Ballers are our way of giving back to the city of Oakland, and quite frankly, we couldn't have done it without Gusto.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Thanks for being here at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver. A lot going on behind me. A busy Atlantic. Gabrielle headed for the Azores tonight or early tomorrow as a hurricane still. That's the amazing aspect of that. Humberto, a tropical storm, well on its way to becoming a hurricane. And we've got Invest 94L, which it doesn't have the name technically yet, but it's actually what's getting most of our interest, most of our focus as we move forward through the short term, what we're expecting with that. So let's get started with what's happening across the basin. Lots of tropical action happening. Puerto Rico, they did get about 1 to 4 inches of rain as the tropical moisture related to 94L has been moving through. Most of it's clear outside of the western tip of the island. A much worse situation for the Dominican Republic, unfortunately. The higher mountaintops squeezing out more of that moisture, and flooding is a big concern there. You can see some of that is playing out right now. So that's where we stand across the entire basin. This is our exclusive tropical threat product. It's in something you only find on Fox Weather. kind of a smart average of all the European ensembles, the GFS ensembles, and Google's AI model, the DeepMind. And this is, it's always good to have this. This is especially interesting, though, because as we move through the short term, you see very high confidence with where Humberto is going and what it's going to do, more or less, the schedule for its intensification. But once 94L gets clear of the islands, moves up into the Bahamas, which are low elevation, it starts to organize into a tropical entity at that point, be it a depression or a storm. Very high confidence with what's going on, more or less, with Humberto. Some of that influences, not as much as what we were thinking yesterday, but through about here, this is where we have high confidence now. Beyond that, question marks. And the two main ones, in my opinion, would be a path either that takes it up into most likely the Carolinas or Georgia, somewhere along the southeast coastline, or if this could tail, kind of draft like a lead blocker from Humberto and find a path out to sea. And you'll see why with the overall steering flow. You've got the subtropical high. We've got the fix on here from the National Hurricane Center, their position and intensity for what we're expecting out of Humberto. And also, we're leaving that as an X because it's just the disturbance still at this point. Humberto rides the base of this area of high pressure. There isn't super strong steering flow on that yet, but the pace at which that area of high pressure breaks down a bit and retreats back to the east, some of that is going to be Humberto helping to erode the western periphery of that area of high pressure. We get to about this point, that's where I was talking about, come about Monday evening, a faster system. The high pressure is still around, that cutoff low, which has been a bit of a question mark, this dip in the jet stream over the eastern United States. Faster, stronger storm, potentially, would find its way farther north. But if this, in a sense, dilly-dallies a bit, that high pressure retreats some to the east, you've got Humberto, which exits stage right, and that trough, as it sweeps out, a more well-formed system in Imelda at that point could feel some of those stronger upper level winds and get launched out too. So those are the two schools of thought. And I know it's frustrating, but you look at the forecast models, it's a little 50-50-ish at this point, which means we have to watch these models each run across the board until we can get a better consensus and feel a little bit stronger about which one of those two scenarios is most dominant. Because in my opinion, there really isn't a dominant solution right now. Those are both perfectly reasonable scenarios. This is a future radar in clouds. You can see both of what's going on here with Invest 94L. One, it's moving off to the north. In the short term, this is moving into the weekend now, low wind shear environment. There is a touch of dry air around, and that's an interesting aspect of this. How much does that put the brakes on this organization, eventually intensification process? That is a bit of a question. We know the sea surface temperatures are warm, so 2 out of 3 with this one, and that's why the trend is up with both the organization and the intensity, and that's a very real possibility. This could be a hurricane when it arrives on these southeastern shorelines. This is what the forecast models are suggesting. There most certainly, as compared to yesterday, was a trend farther off to the west. But that is, with some of the deterministic models, the ensembles, and if you've been with us, we talked about this with Brian Norcross, our hurricane specialist. The AI models are more in that camp still of having a bit of a stall here and then a path off to the right. So that makes you scratch your head a little bit. And for now, we're just going to have to watch and see how this plays out. Be aware of the hazards if you live in this part of the country. Hope the offshore solution wins out, but be prepared if it doesn't. Earliest impacts, as we talked about, those would be into the early part of next week. So we got time to track this one. Meanwhile, we got millions of folks up and down the I-95 corridor dealing with, at best, it's a nasty day. At worst, there are some dangerous storms around, and Bain's been here with us tracking that. Already, several strong and severe storms, and we're not close to being done with that just yet.
No, we're kind of just getting started.
Yeah.
And you know what, Ian? Actually, there was a tornado warning that popped up in New York just a few hours ago. I believe it was Sullivan County. That has been obviously
DVD and Jane had a debris signature they were watching.
Exactly, yeah. I think they're going to be heading out that way. The National Weather Service will be. But right now, we do have one severe thunderstorm warning that's popping up in Pennsylvania currently. But you can see up towards the northeast right now, it has just been soggy, nasty, gloomy, whatever word you want to use. But as we look a little bit farther south, like near Jersey and also down into Washington and near D.C., we have a lot of clearing currently, which means that instability, it's going to be ramping up a little bit, which means the potential for more of those storms rolling on in within the coming hours. But like I mentioned, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in Pennsylvania currently for Adams County right now. So keeping an eye on this. If you're near Biglerville, you're going to be heading into the next few minutes here where that big strong storm is going to roll on in. Heavy rainfall rates are possible, as well as those gusty winds. That's the main threat with these systems that are going to start to pop up throughout the rest of this afternoon. So let's take you through it, our Fox weather model here. We do have a lot of that available storm energy as we head a little bit farther from New York all the way down to D.C. and even into Virginia as well, and also into the Carolinas. This continues to be even farther south than that, just that front that's rolling on in. But you can see a lot farther up towards the northeast. We do have a lot more rain, a lot more cloud cover, so that kind of keeps that instability down, helping stop so much of that severe threat for those folks up towards the north. But we do have a level 1 out of 5 for that severe threat for today. That's going to be mostly into the afternoon and the rest of our early evening. And that tornado threat is still possible. It's on the lower end, a level 1 out of 5, but still want to keep your eyes on the sky and take those warnings seriously. And like I said before, we already had a tornado warning that popped up earlier this afternoon. We do have that flash flood threat as well, level 1 out of 4 for today and into tomorrow morning. So we could see some pretty intense rain rates within the coming hours, anywhere from 1 inch to 2 inches within just 1 hour. If we get one of those storms kind of stalling for a little bit, it could just really continue to pour. Now, looking at our future track within the next few hours here, we still have those isolated showers and storms popping up into the late afternoon and into the early evening, right around when everyone's trying to head home for the rest of the day. We'll head into the late night hours, get a little bit of a break, but then by tomorrow, could still see a couple of those showers and storms popping up into the late morning, early afternoon. Won't be as widespread, but still isolated at this point. We're looking at the rain totals still to come. A lot of folks up towards the north can see closer to maybe 1 to 2 inches. Farther south, like in New York and Philly, probably closer to that 1/2 inch to 1 inch mark, and even farther south into the Carolinas, which we'll talk about in a little bit, could see rain rates up to 2 to 3 inches for some folks. So intense rain rates are possible. Again, that severe threat is going to be in place for the rest of this afternoon and into the evening, where wind gust and hail potential are going to be some of our strongest threats, Ian.
When Hurricane Helene swept through Asheville, floodwaters devastated homes, businesses, and the heart of the city's vibrant art scene. One local artist lost tens of thousands of dollars for life's work in a matter of hours. Our own Katie Byrne spoke to her on how she finds inspiration amongst the rubble.
It was probably about up to here to this line.
That's where the water was?
Yeah, so it kind of, anything that was above that line did okay, but anything below it was not okay.
When Hurricane Helene flooded Asheville, artist Jamie Bird lost much of her studio and the art inside of it.
I think that all artists have a certain attachment to their art. When it's not collected by somebody that loves it and it gets destroyed, it's crushing.
When Jamie first got back, she found something unexpected.
When the water receded, we came into the building and there were 2 beavers swimming here in the middle of the gallery.
The beavers left their mark on one canvas floating in the water.
All their prints were all over it.
Jamie took that and turned it into something new.
We were able to take a photo of that before it got destroyed. Part of what I do is I'm incorporating films with my paintings. That's little bits of the roots kind of washing with the water.
The water didn't just hit her studio, it reached her home too.
Yes, our house was flooded as well. Fortunately, we were still able to occupy it, but it took almost a year before it was completed with the renovations for it.
It took a village to help her rebuild. About 200 volunteers stepped in.
So the community played a huge part in helping us recover.
And now all eyes are on the fall season, peak tourism time in Asheville.
You know, pick up our pieces and move forward and start creating again. And that's what we've been doing. And I think that it's showing by having all these artists here coming back.
Katie Byrne reporting, great story there. That is a live look out at Raymond James Stadium. 90 in Tampa, feels like it's 103. We're heading into week 4 of the NFL season, and right there at Ray J, the Eagles are flying down to take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Both teams are 3-0, and this will decide who stays undefeated right there. My fantasy team is 3-0, unrelated, not a big deal. Still glad about it. You can catch that game on Fox along with many others. Check it out. The Browns traveling to Detroit to face off against the Lions. The Panthers heading north to Foxborough. Can they beat the Patriots? If they play like last week, probably. The Jaguars jetting west to San Fran with hopes to upset the Niners. Indiana Jones and the Colts head to L.A. for a matchup against the Rams. It's all on Fox. Plus, your ROE, the risk of weather impact for these games and more. That's when we return right here on Fox Weather.